Thank you, Mayor. All my devices are rolling, and the floor is yours.
Great. Good evening. This is the City of Morro Bay City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, and it is 5:36 p.m. This meeting is being held via teleconference. I will go ahead and ask the clerk to establish the quorum, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Addis? Here. Councilmember Barton? Councilmember Barton, are you with us? I do see her, and I'll circle back to her. Councilmember Heller?
Here.
And Mayor Heading?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We do have a quorum, and I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Pursuant to Executive Order number N08-21 issued by Governor Newsom on June 11th, 2021, this meeting will be conducted telephonically through Zoom and broadcast live on cable channel 20 and streamed on the city website. Please be advised that pursuant to the executive order and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could spread the COVID-19 virus, the Veterans Hall will not be available for this evening. So thank you very much. With that, if I could call for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you. And if we could have our flag, we'll go ahead with the pledge this evening. And Councilmember Heller, could you lead us this evening, sir?
Sure.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you. We'll go ahead and ask our esteemed attorney, Chris Niermeyer, do we have a closed session report tonight?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. No closed session items to report tonight.
Thank you, Chris. Very much appreciated. And then we will go to council member and mayor reports. And maybe we could start with Councilmember Heller, sir.
All righty. I have a few things to report. One is a Morro Bay Rotary barbecue event that's tomorrow night from 5 to 6 p.m. This is an amazing deal. This is what you get if you drive through Carla's Country Kitchen tomorrow between 5 and 6. A full-size premium tri-tip roast. Not a couple of slices. You get a whole full tri-tip roast. You get an entire garlic, a loaf of garlic bread. You get garden salad, ranch-style beans. It serves up to 6 people. It's only $50. So put that on your calendar. That is a great deal. That's tomorrow evening, 5 to 6 p.m. at Carla's Country Kitchen. Just drive through. The other thing I wanted to mention is something I wanted to discuss at the Saturday event, but I lost all my notes, so I didn't. It's a shout out to the Morro Bay Lions Foundation. Apparently, for almost every quarter in the last 7 years, Morro Bay Lions has gifted a vehicle to a person in need of a vehicle in our community. So that's almost every quarter for the last 7 years. 34 or 35 cars they've given away. It's an amazing accomplishment. For those of you who might have a car that you want to donate, so you can buy your electric vehicle or your electric 721985. It's a really great project and a great charity. Lastly, on Saturday, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, from 10 in the morning till 12 p.m., those of you who like Whitecaps Band and attended the event on Saturday will know how great they are. They're going to be performing at the Maritime Museum, Saturday, 9/25, from 10 in the morning until noon. Stop by and see them. They are great. Those are my announcements. Thank you, Mayor.
Lots of cool things happening. Thank you, Councilmember Heller. And Councilmember Addis, please, your announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to say thank you to the attendees who were at the community forum for the stacks. We had close to 200 people join the forum, and so I just, as one of the members of the subcommittee working on what happens next with the power plant, I just wanted to say a genuine thank you to each and every person that showed up for that. And then also, it's the start of the Friends of the Morro Bay Harbor Department's wine auction, and I do have the pleasure of being the liaison to the Harbor Advisory Board, so this is very exciting. The wine auction starts tomorrow and ends on October 3rd, and people can go to the Friends of the MBHD.org. So again, that's Friends of the MBHD.org to get more information, to find the link to the online auction, to put your bid in for some excellent wine and help our harbor department. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. More great events. Boy, we're going to be busy this next few weeks here. Councilmember Barton, please.
I had the pleasure of attending a couple of events here over the weekend, the 9/11 Memorial at the fire station, the Morro Bay Beautiful event. That was a lot of fun. And meeting the artist and just seeing what a great crowd, and especially the band, I thought was wonderful. That was great. And I too, like everyone else, was at the Stacks Forum and really was pleased with the turnout and the amount of thinking that went into the presentations that were made. I thought that was really a helpful event.
Great, and indeed it was. And in remembrance of 9/11, which many of us had the opportunity to attend events that occurred this past Saturday. 20 years ago, this past Saturday, as you know, we all found ourselves in different places and in different ways, but in all the same, at the very moment, our lives changed because of what occurred with regard to 9/11 and the attacks. These attacks were committed by Al-Qaeda against targets of the United States. This was the deadliest terrorist attack in American soil, on American soil, forever in U.S. history. The attacks against New York City and Washington, D.C. caused extreme death, as you know, and destruction, and triggered an enormous U.S. effort to combat terrorism. Some 2,750 people were killed in New York, 184 in the Pentagon, and 40 in Pennsylvania, where one of the hijacked planes crashed after the passengers attempted to retake the plane. Police and fire departments in New York were especially hard hit, and hundreds of firefighters were killed. Subsequent to the incident, many more lives were lost, secondary to the impacts that occurred that day. That day, in a moment, as you know, the world changed. It was loud with carnage and sirens, and then quiet with many missing voices that would never be heard again. That day is a day to remember those that were lost, to share in the sorrow, and to honor the men and women who responded to save lives. For those of you too young to remember that September day, it's difficult to describe the mix of emotions that we experienced. There was outrage at the scale of destruction and awe at the bravery and kindness for the heroism and decency that opposed it. In the sacrifice of the first responders, in the mutual aid of strangers, and in the unanimity of grief and mercy, the actions of an enemy unveiled the spirit of our people. It would be a mistake to idealize the experience of those terrible events on 9/11. During those fateful hours, lessons were learned. We saw that Americans were vulnerable but not fragile, and that we possess a strength that can survive the worst that life brings. We learned that bravery is more common than we ever imagined, and we felt how every hour with those that we love was a temporary and special gift, a gift to be cherished without prejudice. As a nation, we saw neighbors come together and rally to the cause of one another. Unity, faith, hope, and trust in humankind prevailed that day. The spirit of nationalism permeated the very heart of America for years to come. But now we face another attack, a pandemic that threatens not only the health of our nation, but also challenges the unity, faith, and hope that was engendered through the spirit of nationalism that resulted from the attack that occurred on America on 9/11. In the weeks and months following 9/11, the response of our country's people was truly amazing, resilient, and united. However, a malevolent force seems to be at work in our common life today that turns heavy disagreement into an argument, and every argument into a clash of cultures. So much of our politics has become an unfettered appeal to anger, fear, and resentment. We can do better. And our response as a nation to the 9/11 attack has taught us we owe it to our first responders, our healthcare workers, and public safety officers who are fighting on the front lines to defend against this enemy. We've done it before, and we can do it again. Let's come together as a community and beat this pandemic. Thank you. With that, we do have our city manager report. Mr. Collins, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I want to give you a brief update on a couple items. First, the City Council is going through the process of revisiting and potentially revising the City Council goals. So we do have a poll that's available on the Polco website. Just look up polco.us/Morro Bay, polco.us/Morro Bay, and that'll take you to the website for this particular poll. If you've never used the service before, it's really easy to sign up. We've gotten almost 180 responses so far, which is really good. The City Council will be hosting a goals workshop on Wednesday, September 29th at 4 p.m. More information will be posted on the website once we have an agenda available. As was mentioned earlier, there was a community forum on the Morro Bay Power Plant exhaust stacks, or stacks for short. The video from that meeting will be available on the city's website by tomorrow. So look for that on the Hot Topics portion of the city website, front page. And last, the California Coastal Commission approved the short-term vacation rental ordinance last week. I believe there's a 10-day period before that would be going into effect, which would certify the ordinance that was approved by council in October of last year. That ordinance, what it does is installs a new cap on the total number of vacation rentals. It creates new parking regulations, occupancy limits, enforcement mechanisms, et cetera. So we will be rolling out information as we move forward. We intend to roll this out kind of in a phased approach so that we don't overwhelm both vacation rental owners as well as city staff who are still kind of catching up from the impacts of the pandemic. So more information to come, but we just wanted to alert the community to that, which will be coming soon. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Scott. Very much appreciated. We do have a couple of presentations this evening. Get my camera to work. First up today is SLOCOG, our San Luis Obispo County of Governments rideshare presentation. I believe Peter Williamson is here from SLOCOG. Peter is going to talk to us about their 2021 fall campaign, Commuting with Confidence. Peter, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Heading and council members in Morro Bay. My name is Peter Williamson, and I'm here to give you a sneak peek at our fall campaign for commuting. So as the regulars know, the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments is our region's agency responsible for transportation, planning, and funding. We have a number of programs aimed at making our transportation more efficient, such as the Safe Routes to School for the K through 12 and the Back and Forth Club for commuters. So if I asked you to ride the bus tomorrow, what would you think? You might say, forget about it. You might wonder where you would catch the bus. You might want to make sure you're not going to go in the wrong direction. These are questions I had to ask for myself when I moved a couple of years ago. So this October, we invite you to take the confidence quiz for a chance to win a zipline adventure. Like carpooling with someone new for the first time, zipline can be a little daunting for some. And at SlowCog Rideshare, we're pretty much willing to do anything to help you get started with confidence. The quiz optionally allows you to request some resources and more information, and any of those that you request, we will mail to help get you started. Logging your transportation choices always helps the region with planning and funding. We offer some great tools, incentives, and services like a guaranteed ride home if you get stuck with a flat tire on your bike or your carpool partner has to take off early. And then we also have challenges where you can win some awesome prizes like a $700 pizza oven. We're always doing some awesome giveaways. Maybe you're working from home again. Those trips count too, and you can log your trips or work from home days at irideshare.org during the month of October for a chance to win a whopping $250 gift card, which is like a full body couples massage situation. So check that out. And then I wanted to share the great stat, not so great. In 1969, 50% of U.S. kids were walking to school. Today, that's closer to 14%. What the heck happened there? International Walk to School Day is Wednesday, October 6th. Maybe we can restore the balance. We have confirmed our Los Osos schools, Del Mar, probably waiting to hear back from Morro Bay High still, but likely will participate. And we'll provide the incentives and healthy snacks for all families that bike and walk that day to celebrate. And we are asking dignitaries to adopt a school. So you might be placed on some snack duty and high-fiving duty, count duty, and you'll receive an email this week with that opportunity. And then, of course, all of the families tuning in, we hope you'll make an effort to walk or bike that day. And that's all for me this evening. Thank you for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Mayor, were you able to connect?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm not being able to get any video, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, sorry, I've lost my video, but nonetheless, any questions from council members? If you didn't hear me, sorry. No questions. Well, thank you so much. Again, Peter, appreciate you being here this evening. Okay, with that, we also have another presentation this evening. This is the Lighthouse Century Cycling event. And with us this evening is Marianne Gustafson. Marianne, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and the City Council for allowing me to speak this evening. So I'm speaking on behalf of the San Luis Obispo Bike Club. We have an annual event, the Lighthouse Century, which starts and ends at Morro Bay High School. So it's going to be this Saturday, September 25th. It goes from 7 to 5 p.m. It begins, as I said, at the high school. It goes north through Cayucas, Cambria, San Simeon, all the way up to the Piedra Blancas Lighthouse, and then returns to Morro Bay. And we have different routes depending upon how far people want to go. Because it's also an out and back, riders can select a distance depending upon weather, distance, sites, or their mood. If they want to stop in one of the lovely towns and grab a quick bite to eat or something else. We should have about 1,000 mostly experienced riders. We're going to have 2 rest stops along the route. Sorry, my dog is very enthusiastic about it. One is Shamel Park out and back, and the other will be another rest stop at the Lighthouse. No roads will be closed to avoid disruption to communities. It's hosted by the San Luis Obispo Bike Club volunteers, along with volunteers from local bike shops, ham radio clubs, Bike Slow County. Also, we have volunteer police officers also will be helping the Morro Bay to direct traffic. And then there's a post-ride barbecue at Morro Bay High School. This event is very popular. It sold out in only 2 weeks this time because so many people are eager to get out and be able to ride again along our beautiful coast. So as far as details, of course, safety is a big one. We'll have CHP units that will be patrolling the routes to monitor auto and bicycle driver behavior. At all registration, check-in, rest stops, and barbecue, everything is going to be outdoors, so there's nothing indoors. We'll have hand sanitizer everywhere. We're also asking everyone to social distance, and what we're doing is we're kind of staggering the way that we do the start, so we don't have people all bunched up along the way along Highway 1 or at the rest stops or at the restrooms or elsewhere. Whereas all of our volunteers will be wearing masks, and riders are also encouraged to wear them when they're either in the rest stops or they're at the barbecue. The average age of riders and volunteers is around 60, so we think the majority of people will be vaccinated. And we're basically saying to folks, if you don't feel well or you think you've been exposed to COVID, please stay home. We love you, but don't come and share COVID if you think you might have it. One other thing also is that from this event, the fees we actually earn for it, we use it to support the local community. So registration fees and also clothing purchases, because our jerseys are quite popular, help to fund organizations like Bike Slow County, Morro Bay High School, their athletic boosters, the volunteer police, the Jean Cerise County Classic, Cal Polycycling, their amateur radio club, the Estero Radio Club. So in 2019, nearly 250 riders stayed in local communities. The majority of them were here, not surprisingly, in Morro Bay, for an average of 2 nights. So people tend to make this a weekend. So even though they're doing the event on Saturday, they stay till Sunday, they shop, they eat here, they essentially spend money in our communities. About 40% of the riders are new to the event, and 92% from last year, or the year before, I should say 2019, would recommend it again to a friend. So it's been a very popular event. So I don't have any other slides. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Well, thank you, Marianne. Let's ask if any council members have any questions for Marianne. Sounds like an exciting and fun event. Any questions from our council? Hearing none. Marianne, thank you so much for presenting to us. We look forward to the event, and we thank you again for being here tonight.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Have a great night.
You too.
Okay. Let me just adjust my screen here. Once again, love technology. We will now move to item A in our agenda. This is, we're going to go to general public comment. This is general public comment for items on the agenda for which you can't stay, or any items regarding our community you'd like to address. Again, this is general public comment for any items on the agenda for which you cannot stay to give testimony later, or anything you'd like to say regarding our community. The information for accessing is on the screen. You can either do it by phone and or with the link provided on the screen. Thank you. So, Anthony, do we have any general public comments, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands in the queue. Actually, the raised hand just came up. Erica Crawford.
There we go. Okay.
Mute.
Great.
Okay.
Welcome, Erica.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Just a very quick announcement for all businesses in our community. The Chamber has partnered with Cal Poly SBDC and a program called PPE Unite to be able to distribute free masks to all businesses in the Estero Bay region for their employees. So we have plenty of boxes of masks at the office, at the Chamber office, which is located at 695 Harbor Street. And we're going to be doing a distribution event on Monday, this upcoming Monday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So walk-ins are welcome. If that time frame doesn't work for you in your business in the area or you know one, you're welcome to email us at info@morrochamber.org. And these are foldable N95 masks for employees. That's it. Thank you.
Great, Erica. Thank you so much. Anthony, do we have other public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I see a phone number ending in 327 with your hand up.
Great. Welcome, 327.
All right. You are unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. This is Dan Sedley calling.
Welcome, Dan.
Of course, I'm a Morro Bay resident, and my discussion right now is about the WRF. When the planning started, we were promised that the WRF would cost $126 million. Part of that was based on the expertise of Black and Veatch, and that was the reason we were promised that it would be that amount, because they were so experienced in doing these kinds of projects. Since then, we've had things happen which I personally don't understand, and I will just mention the landslides, which I'm told that the landslides fall within the FEMA 50 to 100 year plan in terms of our entire hillside. And so I don't understand why that was a problem or why that cost the citizens of this community so much money. My questions are this: what is the cost of the WRF right now, and what is it projected to be? How many change orders are in the works right now?
Thank you, Dan. Anthony, do we have other public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. And Mr. Collins, Mr. Sedley asked a couple of questions. One related to the landslide that occurred. Perhaps we have Mr. Livick or one of our team members here to address that real briefly. And then what the current budget is for the WRF, and question mark, are there other potential PCOs coming in the future?
Yes. First, important to note that $126 million was the budget. It's not the promise that that's what it's going to be, but that was obviously the hopes and dreams when we started the project. And things change as we get into construction and learn more things and deal with things like the unexpected, unanticipated soil slip, which I'll let Rob speak to. The current budget, right, as it stands now, with I think several $1 million in contingencies, about $144.5 million. That's what we're projecting for this time. I'll let Rob speak to the soil slip. Thanks.
Thanks, Scott. Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Addressing the soil slip or landslide, there is no FEMA mapped 50-year, 100-year landslide area, so I'm uncertain what Mr. Sedley is talking about regarding that. This landslide was due to an undiscovered slip plane that existed subterranean, and when grading work started, the soil started to move. The project geotechnical engineer that works for Black and Veatch Felons and the city's geotechnical engineer have both investigated that soil slip, and we've come up with a mitigation measure that was included in the last PCO change order and Amendment 6. And I believe that was right around $850,000 for that change order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Appreciate the updated information there, which, by the way, has been discussed in detail at previous council meetings, but thanks for the brief update this evening. With that, we'll go ahead and move to item A in our agenda this evening. This is the consent agenda. Public comment for items A1 through A7 is now open. Again, this is public comment for items on the consent agenda. So public comment is now open. And Anthony, do we have anybody for public comment on our consent agenda, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment on consent, bring it back to council, and ask for either a motion for approval or entertain any items you may want to pull and have further discussion on.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Addis to approve items A1 through A7 on our consent agenda, seconded by Councilmember Barton. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Great, thank you so much. That brings us to item B1 on this evening's agenda. This is a public hearing. As a matter of process, Council, I will ask for the staff to go ahead and give the presentation on this item. This is a public hearing on the disestablishment of the previous Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District that was formed in 2009 pursuant to the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989, and to introduce for first reading by title only, with further reference waived, ordinance number 643, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, rescinding Morro Bay Municipal Code Chapter 3.60, disestablishing the old Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District formed in 2009. After that staff presentation, we will go ahead and ask for council questions. And then after council questions, I will open up the public hearing, open up public comment. At the end of public comment, I will close the public hearing, and bring it back to council for recommendation or discussion. So thank you. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Collins, our city manager. This is an item that we have heard numerous times, and this is coming again to us tonight to approve ordinance 643 and rescinding Municipal Code Chapter 3.60. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, members of the community. I'll be really brief here. As identified in the very long subject line, the city had formed a tourism business improvement district in 2009 under the quote 89 law, which basically allows for the business improvement district to exist for 1 year. And there's a renewal process each and every year to continue that effort. Fast forward to 2020, in the beginning of the pandemic, the city formed an ad hoc group to determine what was the best course for tourism moving forward, and kind of using the pause created by the pandemic to do some soul searching. Ultimately came back and felt it was important to move away from that 1 year renewal cycle and get into a 5-year renewal cycle, which the 1994 law allows, and also move the Tourism Business Improvement District out of the direct and daily oversight of the city into a nonprofit situation with folks who have more connection to the marketing efforts, but still maintain connectivity to the city council and the community by having community members on their board. That effort was approved by city council, went into effect beginning in July of this year. So what we're looking at here is the tail end, which is to disestablish the old Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District. So that's pretty much where we're at, and this is one of the last steps in that process. So we're recommending that council hold the public hearing as mentioned by the mayor, and then introduce for first reading and by title only with further reading waived ordinance number 643, which just establishes the old Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District and rescinds chapter 3.60 of the municipal code. So happy to answer any questions, but again, this is really cleanup work from all the efforts carried by the council earlier this year.
Great, thank you, Scott. We appreciate that very much. And council, I'll look for raised hands if you do have any questions of Mr. Collins. This would be the time. Looking, seeing heads not nodding no. Looks like there are no questions. By council, okay. With that, I'll go ahead then and open up the public hearing and call for a general public comment. This is public comment on item B-1 this evening. Public comment is now open on this item. And Anthony, do we have any public comment for B1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I see a phone number ending in 327. Okay,
Great.
You are unmuted.
Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Collins. This is Dan Sudley speaking, and my question is this. Similar to the TBID committee, my question is about the new ad hoc committee that Mr. Collins mentioned that is formed. Does it have the same representation of people to adequately discuss how TBID monies are assessed, how they are spent, such as previous discussions about where we've talked about there's been enough advertisement, maybe we could use some for infrastructure. Does the same makeup of people still exist on this ad hoc committee is my question.
Great, thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Anthony, do we have further public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment on item B-1, bring it back to council, and ask Mr. Collins to address Mr. Sedley's question regarding the new ad hoc committee. Does it have the same representation, same responsibilities, etc.? Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, good question by Dan. The makeup is pretty similar to the previous iteration where the city had an advisory board that reported to the council. There are 4 hoteliers, 1 vacation rental owner, and 2 community members, one of which is the city has a representative, and then there's a general community member. We felt that was important to not have entirely only vacation rental owners or hotel owners or operators, so that there would be that thinking broadly about the community needs. With regard to spending money on advertising and balancing that on the back end on ensuring that we're not overdoing it in terms of tourism. The TBID doesn't really exist to solve that problem, but they understand they play a piece in that discussion and try to be mindful about the types of advertisements they're doing, the type of folks they're marketing at, and trying to see if we can get bigger bang for our buck and not try to have more and more people come, but a more diverse set of folks coming so that you get higher spends with less people attending. So those are some of the things that they look at. The tourism marketing world has really shifted away from being purely marketing and thinking about destination management. And that's more than just, how many beds or people can we get into to hotel rooms, but also like how do we manage the impacts of tourism, how do we think long-term and a sustainable path. So that shift has taken place over the last several years. So this board does really reflect that. The dollars can really only be spent on marketing, but again, it's a shift in the type of marketing they're conducting. The city is also, through the goals process, looking at how we can address the impacts of tourism on our community. So I hope that answers that question.
Thanks, Scott. Great answer and very comprehensive. Appreciate that very much. With that, public comment has been closed, and I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for either a recommendation or further discussion. Looking for
Got it. Go ahead. Is someone else going?
No, I was just looking for hands. Go ahead, Councilmember Addis.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I would like to move forward the disestablishment of the previous Morro Bay Tourism Improvement District and introduced for first reading by title only with further reading waived. Ordinance 643. Do you want me to read the rest?
Yes, if you would, please.
Okay. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, rescinding Morro Bay Municipal Code Chapter 3.60 and disestablishing the old Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District formed in 2009.
Perfect. Thank you. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Member Heller, gotcha. Second?
I'll second.
All right. We do have a motion by Councilmember Addis for the staff recommendation, second by Councilmember Heller. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Collins, for all of your work. And please thank the TBID members that assisted you with that in our community. We very much appreciate all the effort they have put in for that. That brings us to our first business item this evening. This is agenda item C-1. And council, this is a discussion and direction regarding the 2022 special election to fill the vacant city council seat due to the passing of Councilmember Red Davis and appointment to temporarily fill the council vacancy until the results of the 2022 special election are certified. What I'd like to do tonight is to divide this into two separate discussions and actions. The first of which would be to discuss basically the resolutions proposed to call a special election on June 7th to fill a vacant city council seat for the remainder of the term ending December 2024. I'll ask for staff presentation, questions and answers, and then I'll entertain a motion for that. And then action item number 2 would be to go ahead with our two applicants. We do have two applicants that have applied to fill the vacant city council seat due to the loss of council member Red Davis, and go forward with that process. And I'll explain that a little more in detail in terms of how we'll go about that. So if we could, Mr. Collins and Dana, if we could start with item number 1, the issue with regard to the special election. Thank you.
I'll let, I think you kind of covered the intro I was going to provide, Mayor, so I'm just going to turn it over to City Clerk Swanson for that. Thank you.
Sorry I took your spot.
That's all right. No problem. Anytime.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to share my screen and provide a brief overview of that portion of the item. The options for filling the vacant council seat resulting from the passing of Red Davis were discussed at the August 10th council meeting. Staff advised the council at that time that Measure R, a citizens initiative passed by Morro Bay voters in 2006, requires the council to call a special election. Until the results of that special election are certified, the council may temporarily fill a vacancy by appointment, which is being considered tonight. Following council direction, registered voters were invited to apply for consideration of appointment, and as of the September 3rd closing deadline, the city received 2 qualified applications submitted by Jennifer Ford and Sean Green. One moment. The ballot language for Measure R states that a special election shall be held on the next established election date as specified in the Elections Code. The next election date, as established by Election Code Section 1000, is April 12, 2022. Since 1991, all municipal elections in Morro Bay have been conducted by the County Clerk Recorder's Office. Services that they provide include preparation of the voter's guide, ballot, printing, mailing, voting site operations, tabulation, and certification of the results. The cost for a consolidated special election conducted by the county is estimated to be $28,500. Due to the recall election, redistricting efforts, and timeline for the June 2022 statewide primary, the county is unable to conduct an April election on the city's behalf. So the city gathered proposals for the services listed above, and the estimated cost for a standalone vote-by-mail election conducted by city staff would be $110,000, and that does not include staff time. Sorry, my clicker's not working. So then we studied a bit more, with that in mind, studied a bit more of the voters' intent of Measure R. As mentioned, the ballot language strictly states that the election shall be held on the next established election date. However, the intent of Measure R appears to be that a special election be held rather than only an appointment be made to fill the remainder of the term. The argument prepared by the proponents in favor of Measure R and included, this document was included with the staff report, states, in the extremely rare case of a legitimate vacancy like death or incapacity, the measure provides the replacement election be held in conjunction with other elections or by mail to minimize costs. Based on this, one can reasonably argue the spirit and intent of Measure R is met by holding a special election consolidated with the June statewide primary as opposed to April, saving the city nearly $100,000. To minimize budget and staff impacts and ensure maximum public participation, staff recommends the council direct staff to bring back the necessary resolutions to call a special election consolidated with the statewide primary to be held on June 7th, 2022 for the election of a council member for the remainder of the term ending December 2024. The estimated cost for that election is approximately $30,000, which is not currently budgeted. And based on direction of this meeting, staff would bring back a budget amendment for approval at mid-year. And with that, I will stop there and let the council consider that portion of the item.
Great, thank you, Dana. I appreciate the clarity of your presentation and the comprehensive nature of it. So before us, we have a staff recommendation to call for a special election on June 7th, 2022 to fill the vacant seat. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for any council member questions that you may have at this time. I'm looking for any raised hands or any specific questions. Seeing none. Okay, great. Seeing none. I'll go ahead and then open up public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a raised hand? Did I see one? No. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is public comment for the first part of item C-1. We're considering the resolution to call for a special election on June 7, 2022. And we will take separate public comment on the interview of our applicants after this. And so directions for public comment are on the screen, and I'll ask Anthony, do we have any public comment for the first part of item C-1, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. With that, I'll go ahead and close public comment on this portion of this item, bring it back to our council this evening, and ask either for a motion and or any discussion. Councilmember Addis, I see your hand.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
That council directs staff to bring back the necessary resolutions to call a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 for the election of a council member for the remainder of a term ending December 2024. And further request the County Board of Supervisors consolidate the special municipal election with the statewide primary election to be held on the same date.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Councilmember Addis for the staff recommendation, and a second by Councilmember Heller. Appreciate that, and I will ask, is there any further discussion on the item? Councilmember Addis? Yes, please.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to staff for really thinking about this. I know it took a lot of research to be able to get to this place, but I really do believe it's the best option for our community. I think we all want free and fair elections. I just think that the one in June is going to be less expensive and still get to the goal of having a free and fair election for this seat. So I'll just add one more time a huge thank you to staff for putting in the time that it took to get to this place.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will second that. Also, thanks to our city attorney for educating us on the measure. Chris, we really appreciate your insights regarding this and your education of council on the potential issues associated with it. Also, I'll add my thanks to staff for being very prudent with regard to our resources. Obviously, there's a significant savings with regard to this. Not only are we looking at approximately $100,000 for an earlier election, but that doesn't include staff time, which I assume would be estimated to be in the tens of thousands of additional dollars. So thank you for that consideration, and I'll be supporting the motion as well. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Great. Thank you very much again. Thanks, staff, for all of your work on this. We appreciate that. We're still on item C-1, and we're going to give Dana just a moment to promote our two applicants. I first want to say thank you very much to Mr. Sean Green and Ms. Jennifer Ford for stepping forward to consider being appointed by the City Council for the council position. We're very grateful for not only your willingness to step forward, but also the very complete responses to the application that you have provided that are part of the staff report as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process this evening for us. Council, what I'm going to do is allow each of the applicants up to 3 minutes to make an introductory statement. And applicants, Mr. Green, Ms. Ford, you can take the full 3 minutes if you like. If you feel like you want to do it in less time, that's totally up to you, but we certainly want to give you adequate time to do that. So we'll start with that. And I do believe, Dana, if you'll tell us the process you used and discussed with the applicants to determine who would go first.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. The clerk's office conducted a random drawing to determine who would go first, and Ms. Ford was selected. After she's finished her presentation, then Mr. Green will have 3 minutes to speak. During council questions, we will alternate the order in which those questions are asked so that it's equitable throughout the process.
Great, thank you. And our applicants have been notified as to previously who would be first and who would be second, and have agreed to that as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then after the 3-minute introduction by each applicant, we're going to go ahead with council questions. Again, I will be alternating. I'm going to ask that council limit it to one question, and it will be the same question for each applicant from you. And we will be starting with one of the applicants on that question. And as we move to the next council member, I'll alternate the order again to keep it fair. In addition to that, the applicants will have up to 2 minutes to respond to your question. And if during that time, council members, if you hear something that was stated by the applicant that you need clarification regarding the question you asked, you can go ahead and ask another question associated with your primary question. So I just want to make sure that you know that you have that option. At the end of that time, we will then via motion be taking a recommendation for appointment to the city council via a motion from a council member with a second. And then, of course, the usual roll call vote. So that's the process we're going to use. And with that, if we have our applicants now promoted to panelists, I will further welcome them. I see Mr. Green and I see Ms. Ford. Welcome to both of you. Take a deep breath, relax. We're going to make this as easy as possible on you. Again, from the City Council and myself, I want to welcome you this evening. Again, thank you so much for stepping forward. This is a huge responsibility, a great opportunity to serve our community, and already as evidenced by the packet and the answers to information, I can tell that we have two very excellent candidates for this city council position. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and begin. Ms. Ford, you're up first. Take as long as 3 minutes if you like to introduce yourself and give us any information with regard to why you're interested in being on the city council in Morro Bay. So again, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor Heading. And feel free to call me Jen, everyone. Jennifer, when I get called that, I feel like I'm a little bit in trouble. So, okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And thank you to your fellow city council members for considering appointing me as your colleague on Morro Bay City Council. It will be hard to fill the empty void left behind by our beloved council member and good friend, Robert Red Davis. Community involvement is a valued part of his legacy. I got to know Red by working together on local projects. After discussing our hopes for Morro Bay, we recognized our shared values. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit to my days before meeting Red, so you have more insight into my why for being here tonight. After serving my Bakersfield community in various leadership roles for over 20 years, I realized that it is more fulfilling to have a mindset of we instead of me. When my family moved to the Central Coast, I became active in improving the street conditions in North Morro Bay, asking for updates to the pavement management plan. I also became involved with the Del Mar Elementary PTA as their president, familiarizing myself with other families' needs. Other local nonprofit organizations have become near and dear to my heart, such as Friends of the Harbor Department and Project Surf Camp. Since living in Morro Bay, advocating for children, city infrastructure, women's rights, and various issues have connected me to local, county, and congressional elected officials. One example was getting the invitation to sit at the table with our current Congressman Salud Carbajal to discuss women's issues in our county. Because of that connection, I was able to help get him here to Morro Bay to speak with our neighbors in a town hall on broader issues. Talking to our representatives at all levels of government is something I'm willing to do because I realize problems that arise often call for help beyond our city limits. When I envision Morro Bay in 30 plus years to be a healthy community, I know it is indeed possible. Financial sustainability, climate action, affordable housing, and overall quality of life are goals that can continue to unite us as a community. A leader lives by example, governs with empathy, and is a convener among those they are representing. Red was a shining example of this philosophy in action. My goal is to embody this leadership style as a local business owner, former educator, community volunteer, women's rights activist, wife, mother, and your neighbor. I would be honored to carry on Red's legacy while bringing my own life experiences, perspectives, and service history to the dais. You put your trust in me with my appointment to Planning Commission. And today I graciously ask for you to vote for me to join you as your colleague. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen. Very much appreciate that introduction. And Sean, 3 minutes, sir, your introduction and anything you'd like to say to the council.
Sure. Good evening, council. My name is Sean Green. 5 years ago, I bought the cheapest house in Morro Bay out of probate and saved it from demolition. A student of history in Questa's construction program, I restored it myself to its 1929 condition. I still visit the former owner at her trailer park regularly, spend birthdays with her, and collaborated with Public Works and City Finance to enact low-income utility discounts for people like her. I teach English at Cal Poly and have for 7 years. I genuinely like my students, and my reviews suggest they like me back. I'm proud of the work they produce, especially when it's work that furthers important, sometimes difficult discussions. I support my students, all of them, including those from underrepresented backgrounds, or those who are first in their families to attend a four-year university like I was. I sent my first email to council in 2016. As some of you might guess, it was more than a page long. I read it again today. It was good. Like most of my council letters, it didn't complain about the past, but offered honest, forward-thinking solutions backed by research. I attended meetings, spoke publicly, and wrote in when I couldn't be there in person. I presented to GPAC a slideshow of obstructed view corridors along Embarcadero and the future our current codes point us to if we let our guard down. You made an impression on me and how I look at the Bay, said Red in our first of many email exchanges. Please keep your slides and photos handy. I was appointed an at-large member of TBID in 2017. I completed my entire term advocating for public infrastructure improvements, serving on a subcommittee to overhaul morrobay.org, and leading the downtown tree lighting effort you see today. At the request of Mr. Collins, I joined the VR committee to address enforcement concerns with vacation rentals. The important project required stakeholders from all sides to come together and draft a comprehensive set of new restrictions to govern short-term rentals, which we did. Future generations of council and staff now have a completed, approved, soon-to-be enforced ordinance to which future modifications can easily be made. I've worked with Harbor advisory board members and connected them with Cal Poly student groups in the sciences and engineering, and partnered with the Historical Society's Glenn Silloway on a student collaboration resulting in 24 hidden history stories to one day be displayed around town. I've also collaborated separately with Scott Graham, Pam Newman, Jen Little, Dana Swanson, and twice with Erica Crawford at Chamber on multi-week student projects involving significant civic engagement and useful deliverables. I received a support letter from Congressman Carbajal for a $60,000 Cal Humanities grant I was awarded this summer. In my free time, I swim, bike, run, and paddle the waters, roads, and trails of Morro Bay. I support the Open Space Alliance and Bike Slow County, and I applaud the efforts of city and county leadership to annex Dog Beach and make the Cayucas Connector route a reality. Soon enough, I'll be joining the Peloton on its inaugural ride. I don't advertise my accomplishments. So much of this must be news to some people. I didn't tell a single person about my intention to apply for this position, which doesn't make me a great politician. I'm simply an independent, positive, prolific thinker who can't help but walk around town every day looking for creative ways to improve Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Very much appreciate that. That completes, council, our introductions. We'll go ahead with a single council question. And again, Dana will be monitoring. You guys, you'll have 2 minutes to respond to that. When we finish all of the council questions, I will go to public comment again, as mentioned. Just wanted to make sure council knew that, and take public comment at that time. And then at the end, we'll be entertaining a motion for appointment. So again, thank you to both applicants. Since Jen was first on the introduction, Sean, I'm going to start with you for the first question, and this is my question. And then when I move to you, Jen, if you want me to repeat the question, I'll be happy to do that. Maybe it's a bit lengthy, but I hopefully will get the point to you. So, Sean, in recent decades, extreme weather events have contributed to increasing loss of lives, human and natural infrastructure, and other things of value. Climate change has already begun to exacerbate such losses through more frequent and intense floods, high winds, heat waves, droughts, wildfires, and the like, locally and regionally. A lack, in my opinion, of political will among the national governments has led to climate policy gridlock. But many local communities are focusing on solving their own climate problems. My question is this: as a city council member, what climate-related policies, in your opinion, would you attempt to implement to assist the city of Morro Bay to help examine and help mitigate climate problems at the local level? And I'd be happy to repeat that question if you'd like.
No, I think I can handle it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, as a small city, certainly we have our local jurisdiction to worry about first. And because of that, I'm thankful for our GPAC's work, intense work dealing with climate change and sea level rise. That's something that could have easily been left out of that discussion, and it wasn't, because we had good people like Dr. Teft, Red, so many other GPAC members that got the job done the right way. And we're well on our way to getting that general plan not only approved by Coastal Commission, but implemented here in town. Beyond that, we're also implementing things like EV chargers and encouraging the new developments here to incorporate EV chargers into their private development. I'm currently part of the Planning Commission's Public Benefits Subcommittee with Joe Ingrafia and Mike Rodriguez, and we're tasked with putting together a public benefits menu of sorts for private developers to consider adding or attaching to their private developments. That's particularly necessary on some of these larger scale projects that maybe historically have been allowed to go through absent any public benefits. And part of the public benefit is consideration of climate change. So whether that is something like solar or EV charging stations, at least they must be considered by each and every private developer. Now, on a national level, or let's say even on a state level, we can certainly, I'd actually just bring it all the way back to the county level. We can fight as a county against fossil fuel usage. We can implement certain policies dealing with gas versus electric utilities if we want to go that deep in it. And it's something that we should definitely explore and consult our, whether it's our public works department, our community development department, or even as a council. But these smaller actions add up to a whole that makes sense for the nation. And, all we can do is think locally and implement locally and hope and advocate for others to adopt similar patterns and lead by example in that way.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Very much appreciated. Jen, you're up next. Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I'm good, okay. Mayor. Thank you so much. Sean gave a lot of examples, and I agree with all the things that he has already mentioned. I would like to expand a little bit on the EV charging stations. I know that we have to prepare for the future. We have every year we have more and more tourists that come to our city, and it's important to plan ahead. When we're planning ahead, we need to think of these types of, we need to know what we are going to offer these people when they come here. And if we do not have EV charging stations, we're not looking towards the future, right? We're not offering these items that our tourists will be needing. Also, I know that we need to work on a seawall and protecting our Embarcadero. I know that we are already, when on the Planning Commission, I'm aware of the fact that we are already implementing corrections and fixing I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous. Can you tell?
Relax.
But anyway, I know, right? But along the harbor walk and along the businesses that are on the waterfront, it's important to protect them and to repair them as they, in recent years, some of them have been hit by the king tides, and we only know that's going to get worse, especially as sea level rises. And so we have to, as a city, we have to have plans in place for this. And as Sean mentioned, this is a larger problem than just our city. Morro Bay is unique because we have the harbor, but and also the open ocean areas, and our lower housing areas that are in danger of that sea level rise. But as looking forward, I know that it's important for our city to advocate on a federal and state and county level to get help on these on this issue, because climate change is real, and I'm glad that we're finally acknowledging that. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. With that, Jen, you get to start first this time, and I'm going to move to Councilmember Barton, please. Your question for both of our applicants. Councilmember Barton.
I know that both of you have had a lot of experience in the planning arena. Jen, of course, on the Planning Commission, and Sean with various subcommittees. And so I'm curious, what do you think, Jen, what has been the biggest, what do I want to say, the biggest learning, the new thing that you realized when you got onto the Planning Commission?
Thank you, Councilman Barton. I would say that the biggest thing that I have learned so far, I joined the Planning Commission in February, so I'm still on this learning curve, but I've learned a lot. And one of the biggest things that I've learned is that our city staff is amazing. Our city staff works tirelessly, understaffed. Recently they've had some hires, but have been understaffed for the past year and have not, I feel, not missed a beat. And our city staff, they're such experts that as a planning commissioner, I have total confidence in what it is that they bring to us in our reports. And anytime I have a question, they're right on it. I mean, if I don't get one answer from one person, I have 3 answers from various people. And so I would say the biggest lesson that I've learned is how incredible our planning and our public works, and that the staff that we have in those areas are. And I would say that one other thing, really quick, that I learned was, well, because I was in the end stages of passing the general plan on to the council, a proposed general plan and the local coastal plan. I read every single word in detail of it because of that, and I don't know that I would have done that otherwise. I mean, I would have read it, skimmed through, picked it apart, whatever I needed, but I read every single word because I was appointed to do so. And so I learned a lot about the general plan of our city. And so I would say it's another thing that I really learned on the Planning Commission.
Great, thank you. And Sean, I wanted to ask you that same question, but I also want to ask you something about the having picked out your 1929 house and having restored it. So I'm curious about the planning arena and how you did your house, and what did you give back to the community by doing that?
I bought it because I had no money, and it's the most house I could afford, and I'm thankful that I did do that. I just had a soft spot in my heart for the idea that all other people who were bidding on this house were going to demolish it, and I think that's part of the reason why that particular seller, who's one of my good friends now and is a longtime Morro Bay resident, she kind of picked me as a result of my unwillingness to tear this thing down. I guess I don't even remember saying it, but I basically said that I wanted to die there at some point, and the other people said they were going to cut down so-and-so avocado tree, and I could only imagine now in hindsight how much that broke her heart. What am I adding to the community with that? Well, I mean, I think it's one example of historical preservation that I know the Historical Society is working on, and I know that the Planning Commission and Community Development under Scott Graham has on the back burner a historical preservation code of sorts or set of stipulations that may be considered down the road. And I also know Glenn and Joan Solo and the group over at Historical Society do have long-term visions of incorporating historical signage more throughout town, and I'd love to be a part of that. In terms of what I've learned with Planning Commission, I'd say I probably dealt with the Planning Commission the most, and maybe Harbor Advisory Board second. The amount of reading it requires to successfully participate in these meetings is a lot. And our advisory boards, if they don't, if they only read 50% of a packet or 20% of a packet or show up half an hour before, and this includes council certainly, you're going to miss something. Are you going to get caught for missing that? Maybe not. And that's kind of a frustrating thing to those of us that do tune in regularly, because, something could slip through the cracks if we're not all paying attention. And so I do very much respect all of our advisory board members who take the time to read through an agenda packet start to finish, because our staff certainly put in the time and energy to put together staff reports that make it easy for our advisory boards to follow along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barton. Appreciate that. And thank you again, applicants, for your excellent responses. With that, I'll move to Councilmember Heller, sir. And this time, Mr. Sean Green, you're up first, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first off, I've got to tell both of you that you're my two favorite people to run for office. I've talked to you both about running for office, and I'm so glad you both applied. And I got to tell you, whoever comes on top tonight, please, I want both of you to run for the permanent seat, because either one of you would be great additions to the council. It's going to be a tough choice tonight. My question for you is, if I counted my fingers right, this interim position is 9 or 10 months on the council. So my question to you is, what do you consider the number one challenge facing the city right now? And how would you move it towards resolution in the 9 to 10 months that you will be on the council?
It's a great question. I think it was 18 meetings, if I counted exactly, and the number of things that I wanted to propose as future agenda items. No.
Okay, good.
In terms of challenges, I think this is more of a long-term challenge, dealing with not only vision but public engagement, or community engagement, stakeholder engagement. The Vistra redevelopment is always something that's right there on the forefront. It is by far our most important parcel in town. And anyone I ever talk to about this, whether the battery plant comes up or the stacks come up or whatever it is, we absolutely have to remember as a city that this parcel means so much more to Morro Bay than it does to Vistra. Vistra is certainly going to be our partner in whatever we do, but they are a huge company based out of Texas. And we see these stacks each and every day, including in Councilmember Heller's background. So basically what I think needs to happen is consistent community engagement and full disclosure at every step of the way. What we cannot have is the story getting away from ourselves and having the cart leading the horse. And so we had a great informational session the other day. I thought that Vistra SVP Claudia Morro seemed like somebody who we can collaborate with. She seemed open and flexible and willing to embrace many of the ideas that Morro Bay cares about. And so I think that's an opportunity to work hand in hand with Vistra, proactively, not reactively. And that's part of the reason why I think that the public benefits subcommittee that I'm working on, and really any of the things that we want and need as a city for publicly, whether that's right-of-way improvements or public space improvements, need to come out now so that when future developments are proposed, we kind of know where we stand and they know where we stand. And so I think that full disclosure, not only to Vistra, but also to our residents, is particularly important to really facilitate trust and productivity moving forward.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, Jen, do I need to repeat the question or?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Councilman Heller. I have a whole list of goals here, but I'm going to focus on achieving economic and fiscal sustainability. I think we need to get creative. I was a part of the Measure E20 committee, and I was all for helping our city by raising sales tax. I know how important we were in a bind. We needed help when we had a year of loss, and it was a quick fix. And I don't want to rely on as many quick fixes in the future. I think that we have to look forward, look ahead, and figure out what generate revenue in new places. And as Sean said, community input's really important. They're full of ideas. I know Sean's always full of ideas. I enjoy listening to his ideas on Planning Commission. We have so many members in our community that are full of ideas and creativity. And so, in the past, we recently, have the tax from cannabis. We, whatever happens with the Vista plant, could be a possible generating revenue source. And we also have to look at, clean energy and things like that. So these are all ways to bring in revenue to our city. And I think that we have to have someone on the council that is willing to not only listen to the community, but also keep that in mind, because we need to keep those reserves in our budget. We need to keep them filled, and we need to actually increase them, because we don't know if there's another pandemic on the rise or some other natural disaster happens, and now we have to dig deep in our pockets and cover an unexpected cost. So I think that would be probably my main goal at this point, if I had to pick one. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate it.
Thank you both for, again, excellent answers to a great question. Thank you, Councilmember Heller. And Jen, you'll be up first this time, according to my record here. So I'm going to move to Councilmember Addis, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to echo Councilmember Heller by saying thank you to both Jen and Sean for stepping up to apply for this position. We've gone through something incredibly sad, but really having both of you step up is kind of an antidote to all of that sadness. So huge gratitude to both of you. My question is this: Morro Bay has many important projects in the works and potentially coming in the near future. Both of you have already alluded to them. We're in the middle of the water reclamation facility, nearing the end. We are currently starting work on the battery storage project with Vistra. There is a potential wind farm coming, and I'm positive there are other projects yet to be discovered. So how will you build engagement across our community as well as our advisory boards so that new voices become part of the conversation and inform the decision making around these projects?
Thank you, Councilmember Addis. I don't need the question repeated. Also, you brought up our council, our late council member Davis, and I'm trying not to choke up. So, okay. I'm going to channel what would Red do, and with that being said, his leadership style was something that I admired, and it's a reason why I had so many conversations with him out on his driveway. We'd sit there and engage in conversation about our city. He lived a couple houses down from me, and on my walk, it was my stop. And I learned a lot from him that dealt with community engagement. And I'm glad that you asked this question, because being involved in the community has been a part of my life for my whole life. And community engagement is my passion. It's something that I value so highly. And I know that a good leader is someone that is willing to listen to all voices, no matter how small those voices might be, no matter how little the problems might be that the person comes to me with their little problems or big problems to them, and therefore it's a problem for me that I need to help them either solve or find the answers to. And if there is no answer, just being there for comfort. How would I engage our community with these big projects? Let me get back to the main topic here, sorry. I would, for certain, continue Red's legacy with meeting with our community, holding office hours. I think that that's important. COVID might get in the way of that, but I can still do it over the phone or via Zoom or however, FaceTime. But I think office hours are vital. And I also think it's great to be a communicator, being quick with your responses as much as you possibly can, setting aside time, consciously setting aside time to communicate with your constituents when they are writing in and with correspondence. And I think having committees formed and things like that are really important to have because you get the community input, you get various people. It's important to reach out to different areas to get different genders, different ages, different financial backgrounds, maybe business owners and maybe people that are not business owners. But I think that everybody brings something to the table. And one more thing I want to say really quick, because I'm sure I'm running out of time, is that I know there's a whole, Dana's shaking her head. Really quick, there is a silent community here in Morro Bay, those who do not speak English. And I've been a part of I've attended ELAC meetings for a really long time. And I know that our Spanish-speaking community and other language-speaking communities have a lot to say and they have needs. And I think that we sometimes miss the mark there. And we need to bring their voices also to the table. So that's something that's near and dear to my heart. Thank you.
All right. I guess I have the floor. All right. Same question. Deals mostly with communication, and I teach both creative and technical communication at Cal Poly, and so just for starters, I do think it's worth mentioning that there are some structural barriers that are preventing people from engaging with the city, whether it is email template format that is difficult to navigate, whether it's the kind of clunky phone system to call in, which you guys all know, we're trying to do the best that we can as a small city dealing with COVID. But can you imagine, like, some of our community trying to chime in with public comment and maybe even trying to chime in today can't press the right button or find the Zoom link or figure out how to enter the Zoom password. And these are frustrating issues that basically eliminate 10, 20, maybe 30, 40% of the population. Beyond that, I do think that we need to push the email subscription list a little bit more, because if you do use email, which many of our citizens do, simply receiving a notification that a meeting is coming up or that an agenda is ready to be viewed is kind of like an invitation to participate. And so I do think that is an important step that we can take. I also think that AGP, who does great work for our city, they are currently working on determining a feasible way to not only have in-person meetings, which we need to do sooner rather than later, and online meetings simultaneously without adding too much extra work for staff, because I know as a teacher, it's very difficult to do both in-person and online meetings at the same time. So if we can pull that off, I think that's a great thing. Next up, community forums. In the past, when I say in the past, I'm talking 4 or 5 years ago, our community forums seemed a little bit more like checking the box of community engagement. But more recently, especially under the leadership of Scott Collins, it seems like the forums that we are holding are not only informational, but opportunities to actually engage and ask questions, as opposed to just going through the motions to get something on the books. I think that our online, our phone and online surveys that we conduct could be, and this is something that on council I'd even be willing to participate in, could be drafted in a way that's a little bit less partial and leading us to the direction that we want it to go. So I think that that's an opportunity for objectivity that will address, or at least invite all participants in the community to participate rather than feeling excluded. And lastly, I think this is important for all advisory board members and council members. Sometimes the simple act of replying to an email makes all the difference. I know that if I put significant time and energy into a public comment and don't hear anything back, it can be frustrating. And I'm like, what is even the point of this, of the time that I'm spending on this? However, I mean, I just sent a simple suggestion about a trash enclosure a few months back, and Red simply replied, "Thank you, Sean, yet another issue on which you and I agree." And that made all the difference. Okay, so Public Works, I know, happens to be picking up a little trash enclosure project, not necessarily as a result of my email, but it does feel like that acknowledgement is important to the community, especially those who are taking the time and energy to correspond with our boards. Thank you.
Great, John. Thank you. That concludes the council questions, and I want to thank both of you again for not only some excellent information that you forwarded us previously, but great dialogue tonight. I took a bunch of notes and learned some new things, and I appreciate your passion, your commitment, your intelligent thoughtfulness, and your engagement and communication style with us tonight. That's very much appreciated. Truly, we're blessed to have two great candidates for this position. And again, I appreciate you both being here. I am going to ask Dana, unfortunately at this time, to demote you, nothing personal, but we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. And again, thank you so much. Appreciate you both. And I got your wave. And I'll go ahead and ask Anthony. Let's go ahead and go for public comment. This is public comment for item C-1 on the agenda, the second part of this, the interview of our applicants for the position of a city council member. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment. Anthony, do we have any public comments, sir?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I see a phone number ending in 327 with your hand raised. I am unmuting you.
Welcome.
You are unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. This is Dan Sedley. I have a brief question. Are we allowed to ask a question of the candidates? I don't know.
No, Dan.
Okay, then I have no comment. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead and open up public comment and continue. Anthony, do we have anybody in the queue, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
All right. I will go ahead and close public comment for, there we go, get my camera on, for this portion of agenda item C-1. Thank you, council members, for some very great questions, challenging questions for both of our applicants. Thank you for your thoughtfulness in engaging with them. And at this time, what we're going to do is I'm going to entertain a motion for a candidate that you would be choosing for. Councilmember Addis, I see your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to appoint Jen Ford to fill the existing vacant city council seat until the results of the 2022 special election are certified by the SLO County Clerk Recorder's Office.
I'll go ahead and second that. We have a motion by Councilmember Addis to appoint Jen Ford, seconded by Mayor Heading. And I will take any comments or we'll move to a voice roll call vote unless there are any comments that anybody would like to make. Councilmember Addis, I see your hand again. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to again compliment both Sean and Jen for applying. I've supported both of them in the past in various endeavors with the city, voted for both of them to be on various boards and hope to see both of them continue. I think we have enough space in our city government for both of them to participate and possibly openings on other advisory boards and commissions. So however this goes, I want to, just say I think we have a real opportunity to have two good people join us, both on council and in other positions.
Great, thank you for that. Councilmember Hiller, I do see your hand, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to restate and thank both candidates. I agree. I just think they're outstanding examples of people stepping up to take responsibility for how the city is run and managed and how things are going to go here. And I just wish there were 10 applicants applying for the one position. But I wish you both well, and I do seriously want you to both run in the election in June for the position. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. Well stated. Councilmember Barton, did I see your hand?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I too feel the same way, that we have just an abundance of riches in both of these candidates. The possibilities for the city are fabulous, that we would have two step up to fill the vacancy. And I agree with Dawn that there are, we have many different committees and commissions, and so there are other possibilities. But two very, very strong candidates have popped up for this particular opportunity, and it's great to see.
Thank you, Councilmember Barton. I just wish we had 2 seats available at this time. That would be, I think, the best comment that I could make at this time. Both uniquely well qualified candidates, and Councilmember Heller, thank you for your statement. Wishing that a number of folks would run, including these 2, when the election time comes. So we do have a motion by Councilmember Addis to appoint Jen Ford, second by Mayor Heading, and I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you again. Thank you to the applicants. Very much appreciate all that you've done to apply and all that you continue to do for this city. With that, I am going to welcome and promote as a panelist and soon to be council member when she is sworn in by our city clerk, Jen. Hope you didn't go away, because you're coming up to do some work.
I'm here and I'm ready.
Congratulations.
And Jen, if you would please raise your right hand, I'm going to repeat after me. I'm going to issue the oath of office. I state your name.
I, Jennifer Ford,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations and welcome. You are now virtually joining the council on the dais, and congratulations.
So let me be the first to welcome Councilmember Ford to our dais. Great to have you. And now the work begins, Jen, so get ready. That brings us to item C-2. This is local firearm safety and regulation. A number of months ago, this was an agendized item, and we looked at various different potential alternatives at local actions that could be taken to improve firearm safety, and we have our staff report this evening for action. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our most esteemed attorney, Chris Newmeyer. Chris, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. and congratulations, Councilwoman Ford, on your ascendancy to the vacant seat. And I'd like to say congratulations to the Morro Bay community for such two qualified candidates coming forward tonight. It's just a pleasure to see a process work so smoothly and have such qualified folks coming forward. So tonight's presentation that I'll be providing is on firearm safety and regulation. And this is a follow-up to a report that was provided last April, where the council was provided both a report on firearm safety and regulation and a number of options for the council to take action on. And I'm going to now put up a PowerPoint that I will be going through for this report. And I also have here on the Zoom call, we have Morro Bay Police Chief Jody Cox, who I want to say thank you to the chief and his department for their assistance in preparing a lot of the details and a lot of the common sense ideas and just a lot of the aspects of implementation of some of the action items the council wanted us to come back with. Okay, so this is up and running. Now let me there we go. Okay, so the staff report actually has on page 1 and 2 a very detailed outline. And by the way, just to confirm, everyone can see the PowerPoint now, correct? Okay.
Yes, we can see it well. Thank you.
Wonderful. The staff report has on pages 1, 2, and 3 a very detailed decision tree, if you will, for taking action or considering the different items brought forward and also fiscal impact. I am going to jump to, if you're looking at the staff report, and this will be starting in the PowerPoint on page 3 with background. So at council request, there was an extensive and detailed staff report brought on April 13th, 2021. The main topics covered were recent mass shootings and other firearm-related deaths, federal Second Amendment rights, as well as state firearm laws, both of which act to substantially preempt many areas of local firearm regulation. And then also current city laws and policies concerning firearms and mass shootings. Council that night took a look at quite a few different options. For safety regulations and programs, council took a look at considering safe storage laws, firearm owners' liability insurance, the issue of firearms and public property, possible regulation, potential regulations for firearm businesses, firearm safety education program, an annual firearm buyback program, and supplemental Morro Bay PD officer mass active shooting training. Also, council looked at advocacy for legislation on firearm safety and regulation. Council considered whether there should be an education campaign on red flag laws, the gun violence restraining orders, and also potentially market leveraging of city firearm purchases. So there was a lot of options to consider. Council asked staff to come back with the following 5 items. Possible community education on firearm safety and gun violence restraining orders, a firearm safe storage local law, firearm buyback program, a supplemental Morro Bay Police Department officer mass active shooter training, and legislative advocacy for firearm safety and regulation. So I will go through the 5 of those, and then I'll turn it over to council, and I'd suggest we take a look at pages 1 through 3 for just basically the decision items that council could take on these items. So the first item that council asked to be brought back was some program for community education on firearm safety and gun violence restraining orders. I want to thank again the Morro Bay Police Department for their assistance in preparing a proposal. The Morro Bay Police Department said that they can provide both in-person training on firearm safety to the community and also prepare a video firearms educational series for internet platforms on 3 main topics. Council could go with all of them, none of them, or some of them. The first topic would be firearm safety. Another topic is on gun violence restraining orders. Specifically, council wanted to consider proposals on education on that. And then also an idea that Chief Cox had was to put into a possible video series, active shooter response. So specifically on firearm safety training provided by the MBPD, they've offered to provide biannual in-person training. It would be on firearm safety, storage, state laws, and local ordinances. Officers on the range team are available to teach courses at the Morro Bay Community Center on firearm safety and awareness classes. And the estimated annual cost to hold training twice a year in person would be $4,727. And also at council direction, the similar training can be provided at the Morro Bay High School for teachers, students, parents. It would be council direction where that goes. As for an education series, I was impressed with this very ambitious program that Chief Cox and his officers have come up with. The department could produce a video on firearm safety education, and it would have 5 basic parts. The first one would be a basic introduction to firearm safety, and that would be, it's estimated about 8 minutes, and it also would have additional links for more in-depth information. There would be an introduction to firearms, fact check. The proposal is information on functionality and firearm types, descriptions, handguns, revolvers, shotguns, rifles, what is an assault rifle, etc. That'd be about 10 minutes. The third part would be firearms and suicides, facts, gun safety and suicide prevention, about 5 minutes. A fourth part entitled Firearms, Keeping It Legal. It would address the buying and selling of firearms, ghost guns, what are they, possession and transportation of firearms. It's estimated this could be about 30 minutes and would probably be broken down into subparts. And the last section would be concealed carry, legalities and liabilities. And there'd be information provided on legal concealed carry laws with applicable links to policy and state laws. That'd be about 8 minutes. So council could go with the whole package. Council would pick parts of these, and we've also itemized the costs, and that is in the staff report at the beginning. So that would be firearm safety. Council specifically wanted to have a proposal for community education on red flag laws or gun violence restraining orders. And so Chief Cox proposed the council could do a video on just that topic. It'd be about 8 minutes, and this would educate the public on California's very robust GVROs or gun violence restraining orders. The law was amended relatively recently, a number of years ago, to allow family and household members, as well as law enforcement, to get gun violence restraining orders. Has to be issued by a judge if someone poses an immediate threat to themselves or others. Initially, it's a temporary order. The judge has to approve it. Has to be a substantial likelihood of harm. And then the next level is a permanent one, where there has to be a clear and convincing standard met. And so a lot of folks don't know that these tools are out there. And then just recently, the law was amended to allow employers, coworkers, and teachers to seek these. So this is a tool that the state provides to the citizens of California, the residents. And this is something that the department can produce a video to educate folks on. And then a proposal that Chief Cox had as well was that there could be an active shooter response video. This would be basically what the community needs to know about the topic. It would talk about what the PD has done for preparation and training, and then it would provide applicable links for the community. And this is something that would be about 5 minutes long. And again, cost estimates are provided at the beginning of the staff report. So this community education program, again, videos would be accessible to the community through city websites. They could be on the city's website, the police department's website, potentially even a YouTube platform. The estimate is that it'd be about, for a 74-minute video, for all of the video, it would take about 80 hours for the range team to produce, and that would be at a cost of about $47,000. And then editing is about 250 hours, so that's $30,000. So the one-time cost would be about $77,000 for an hour and 14 minutes of video. Council, of course, could request certain segments, And also Chief Cox said that in addition to all of this community education, that the Morro Bay PD could also conduct in-person training, not just on gun safety, but on active shooter response, if the council's interested in that. So that was the first topic, community education, that council requested more information be brought back and have details on. The next topic is firearm safe storage law. So council asked for an ordinance to be brought back that had been ruled constitutional by the courts. And San Francisco had a safe storage law that was ruled constitutional by the United States Court of Appeals, Ninth Circuit in 2014 as constitutional and consistent with the Second Amendment. It is possible that as time goes by, these types of laws could end up going to the United States Supreme Court and found to have issues. Current law is that they are constitutional. Back in 2014, there was an appeal to the United States Supreme Court of this Ninth Circuit decision, which is right below the U.S. Supreme Court. And 2 justices on the Supreme Court wanted to take up the case. The rest of the justices didn't. So as a matter of background, the law possibly could change. If it did, then I would just immediately advise the city to not enforce the law. So that being said, an ordinance has been prepared that is consistent with the Ninth Circuit ruling in 2014. And the basic ordinance says, no person shall keep a firearm within a residence unless the firearm is 1, stored in a locked container or disabled with a trigger lock, or carried on the person of the owner or other lawfully authorized user of the firearm, or within close enough proximity and control that the owner or other lawfully authorized user of the firearm can readily retrieve and use the firearm as if carried on this person. So that would be the local law, and it's been provided to council for consideration for introduction and a first reading. I do want to point out that San Francisco law specifically dealt with the first and second of those items, basically saying that if there's a firearm in your residence, it's either stored in a locked container or you keep it on a locked container disabled with a trigger lock, or you keep it on your person. This proposed ordinance has added a third option, which is close enough proximity and control that the owner or other lawfully authorized user can retrieve and use the firearm as carried on that person. Part of the reasoning for this was that I noticed that, first of all, other cities have started to add a third option like this. City of Los Angeles did this back in 2019, and they had this here. And the practical reason is that there are times when some firearm owners in their residence aren't going to necessarily be able to put it in the gun safe or put the trigger lock on, but not keep it on their person. Maybe they're using the bathroom, maybe they're in the kitchen, but they do want to have their firearm very close by for reasons of self-defense or personal safety. So this makes sure that, law-abiding citizens that want to follow the law have that option. On the other hand, council could approve this ordinance with just options 1 and 2 in there. We could just strike out that third item from the ordinance. So that would be at council's discretion. The San Francisco law also had the penalty for violation of this law always being a misdemeanor. I've made the proposed law as an assumed misdemeanor, but when it's prosecuted, it can be dropped down to an infraction in the interest of justice. And so that gives some flexibility to the prosecutor, but it's assumed that it would be a misdemeanor. Cities with these laws include Los Angeles, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Solana Beach, Sunnyvale, Tiburon, Palm Springs, Oakland, and San Diego. There is a wide range of opinions on such laws, and it is not my role as the city attorney to offer my personal opinion on these laws, and that's not relevant to the council's decision-making. But I did talk with Chief Cox, and since he is the local police chief, I did think that it's worth pointing out that he does not support such a local firearm safe storage law for Morro Bay. Penal Code 25100 already requires safe storage if there's children in the home or an unauthorized user. And his opinion is that this law would not have much of an impact for a community like Morro Bay. Like I said, Chief Cox is here on the Zoom call, and I'm sure he'll be more than happy to answer questions council has or to discuss these issues further. Chief Cox recommends that if this law is adopted, nevertheless, that item 3 be included and that the misdemeanor infraction option be included. The third request from council was for a firearm buyback program. And the Morro Bay PD has proposed the following program, that there just be a flat rate of $100 per firearm. And if there are 50 firearms collected, that'd be $5,000. The firearms, what happens to them when they're collected? They're either destroyed or refurbished. And that I would suggest be left to the discretion of the police department. Staffing the event would take a total of $7,375. Outreach and advertisement, $2,500. So the total cost for a buyback would be about $15,000. These programs are popular in many jurisdictions. I did talk with Chief Cox, and he's of the opinion that the benefits are more limited than one may think. Upon initial review for a buyback, he believes that generally firearms that are turned in are usually by law-abiding citizens that weren't going to use them anyways in violent crime, and the folks that might use them for violent crime or have them stolen wouldn't be turning them in. There's often a no questions asked policy, so you can't follow up with maybe if the firearm was used in some crime. It also leads to possible evidence destruction. And also sometimes the firearms turned in are inoperable anyways, or they're from out of the area. And so there wouldn't be a direct benefit to the Morro Bay community if firearms are brought in from outside of Morro Bay, or especially outside of the county. Chief Cox does recommend that if this policy is adopted, notwithstanding he thinks that there isn't a lot of benefit from it for Morro Bay, even though for some cities, it's especially urban areas, there can be benefit. That if it's adopted, that the city have a policy of limiting the firearm purchases to at least the region, if not the city. This does raise the question, though, of the anonymity of turning in firearms, no questions asked. How do you deal with that? So when I talked with Chief Cox, he said that if council direction was to move forward with this program, we'd have to give that some further review. And I would defer to Chief Cox how best to implement such a program like this. The fourth item, council asked staff to come back with a proposal for supplemental police department officer mass active shooter training. Some of the options, the first one, probably the biggest one, is to have advanced post-certified mass active shooter response training course for up to all 16 officers in the department. And the benefits, this type of course prepares officers to respond and react to an immediate critical incident, increases weapon familiarization and proficiency, enhanced marksmanship, quicker threat detection and target acquisition, resulting in saved lives, and essentially it adds up to a safer community and reduced liability. The total cost to send all 16 officers to such a course would be about $46,000, or about $2,800 per officer. This, according to the department, is the full freight. This would be course costs, lodging, meals, incidentals, travel time, mileage, training time. And it was emphasized that this is an estimate. There could be some slight change in the numbers depending on the location and the final cost of the training classes, but this would roughly be the number. Two other items that were in the report in April that council asked staff to bring back some details on was that there could be an hour of overtime per month for off-duty firearms training to hone officer skills for response to mass active shooter incidents. Total cost for all officers would be about $2,500 monthly, or $30,000 annually. And also, there was the idea of more training ammunition provided to the police department for practicing for such events, mass active shooter incidents. Chief Cox proposes that $2,000 annually, specifically for supplemental training ammunition used for active shooter incident training, could make a difference. And then the final item, legislative advocacy for firearm safety and regulation. So council wanted there to be some legislative advocacy items brought back where council could authorize a letter at its discretion on some possible regulatory or legal changes. And it seems that the most effective and reasonable changes that have a reasonable chance of passage are ones at the federal level. And to start the discussion or to simply have the council have the ability to agree with President Biden's proposals. I've listed the 5 items that President Biden has proposed that Congress passed legislation on. First one would be closing loopholes in gun background checks. Second one is federal ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And for that one, the federal ban, there was one from 2004 to 2014, but it expired. And so there's been a proposal for Congress to pass that again. Repealing immunity for firearms manufacturers. There actually was a law passed by Congress called the Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act of 2005. And unlike really any other major industry in the United States, it prohibits civil lawsuits against gun manufacturers or sellers for damages due to criminal or unlawful misuse of firearms. There are a number of exemptions in there, but it definitely carves out gun manufacturers and sellers from what otherwise would be applicable civil lawsuits, and then the court would decide whether or not they're liable for damages that occurred. A fourth item is investing in community violence intervention that President Biden has proposed. Specifically, this would generally target reducing gun violence in urban communities through outreach largely to youths. For example, if someone shows up in a hospital and they are there due to a firearm industry, a counselor might go there and try to talk to them about ending the cycle of gun violence, working with at-risk youths, individuals most likely to commit gun violence. So this is a proactive approach for just reducing the gun violence itself. And then the fifth one is passing a national red flag law. So I talked about earlier in this presentation, and also it was included in the April report, details on California's national red flag law, where basically family members, law enforcement, and now teachers and coworkers, if they believe someone's a threat to themselves or others, can go to a judge, and if they meet a certain burden of proof, there can be a temporary or permanent removal of firearms from that person. There is no equivalent national law. A number of states have similar laws, but there's no national law. So President Biden has proposed either a national law, or if that's not possible, encouraging other states to pass their own red flag laws. I also wanted to mention, just quickly going back to 1 and 2, closing loopholes in gun background checks. One might say, well, what exactly does that mean? And there certainly could be a lot of questions about all 5 of these. I can say briefly that the idea of closing loopholes is that right now, background checks generally don't apply to gun shows or to online sales. Estimates are, from what I've read, 1 out of 5 guns don't have background checks done on them when they're sold or transferred. The federal ban on assault weapons, there's an issue there with what is an assault weapon. But the general idea and understanding that I had from council last time was to come back with some legislative advocacy ideas. As I detailed in the staff report at the end of this section, I'm more than happy to come back at council's request with further details about these proposals for council further review and consideration. And it's at the council's discretion and pleasure how they would like to approach these possible legislative advocacy ideas. That concludes my report, and I would like to turn it back over to the mayor with the suggestion that when council decides whether or not to take action on these items, I've laid out, starting on page 1, line by line, these different action items, so council can just go through them one by one. And then also I want to emphasize, if you look at fiscal impact, there has been no money budgeted for any of these programs. And so a number of them do have obviously a cost. And if council directs that items that are going to cost some money need to come back, after discussion further with city staff, the proposal is that council directs staff to come back with a budget adjustment mid-year. And money could come out of, for example, the general fund or some of the measures. But that's a discussion we could have later in this presentation and this agenda item if council wants to support some of those items. So with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and I'm available for any questions on any of these items.
Great. Thank you, Chris, for a good comprehensive review of the items and bringing us up to date, especially on the cost issues related with potential implementation of each of them. We'll start with council questions, and of course, we'll go to public comment. But then what I'd like to do, council, is look at these individually and get a sense of support for them, or with potential modifications, as opposed to trying to bundle this into one very large motion, which would be somewhat difficult. So I'm going to open it up for staff questions at this time. I'll start with, look for raised hands. How about that? Councilmember Addis, I see your hand.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. On number 3, MBPD officer mass and active shooter training. On the post certification, how long does that certification last? And I guess I'm looking at this from a cost perspective of the cost of the 1 hour monthly compared to the certification. But the 1 hour monthly seems like then it has to happen. There's an annual cost of $30,000, but the post is $45,000. So I'm wondering the time frame for the post.
Well, those Councilmember Addis, great question, but those are two totally different subjects. So let me expand. So typically, there's not a requirement under post for an actual active or mass shooter specified training. Currently, I try to cycle the officers through a local training if we can find it, which is usually a one-day course, often put on by a sheriff's department or a larger agency. And we try to cycle all of our officers through that, which is just kind of a basic course to familiarize them with what active shooter and response is. The course that we've outlined here is an advanced course. It's a 2-day course to highlight all of those things that Mr. Newmeyer outlined for preparing the officers for a more advanced level of response. Now that's kind of important in Morro Bay because we're kind of an isolated community. And as we've seen with recent incidents around the county, if we were to have a situation or a critical incident in Morro Bay, it could take 15, 20 minutes before other outside agencies could get to us to assist us in a worst case scenario. Now, the difference in the 1 hour training, and again, with limited staffing, it's hard to get all of the officers through cycled, consistent, ongoing training. And a lot of times, again, that's hard if you don't have enough staffing to, let's say, fill your patrol shifts. So it's difficult to sometimes get them through the quarterly range training in a consistent manner all the time, depending on your staffing levels, because you have officers that are off on other training issues. You have officers that are on vacation, officers that are on medical leave, like we've just experienced. So there's a lot of other factors that go into whether you can get your officers to a consistent training cycle. So the 1 hour component is to allow the officers to train on their off-duty time. And the reality is, the more training that we can provide them or allow them to have, the better prepared they are. Because even in a best case scenario, if I had full staffing all the time, the officers go to the range quarterly to train and qualify. So that additional training, and again, the reality is that most officers in a critical incident are going to respond back to the city from an off-duty situation. And those officers that are in the area that are off-duty would be required to go into action should a critical incident take place, no matter where they're at. So it's just an additional training component to help them better prepare and be more familiar with the different weapon components that they use and train with, both on and off duty.
Is it ideal then that officers would have both? They'd have the post 2-day course that gives them the ability to do advanced level response, and they would have the hour overtime where they could keep up with practice and training?
Well, yes, but keep in mind again that the advanced active shooter training would be a 2-day course, and then it would be done. The monthly training would be for them to keep up and continue those perishable skills. And again, if you're not training regularly, especially with firearms or tactics and those types of things, those are skills that perish over time and quickly if you're not continually using them all the time. So the 2-day course is the advanced active shooter course that would put them through a very strenuous and rigorous training process of responding to and taking control of any type of critical incident. And then the 1-hour training would just be an option. We would not require the officers to do that monthly, but we would make it an option because we have several officers that would like to take the opportunity to train. And unfortunately, I can't pay them to train on their days off now because that's just not something that I have the ability budget-wise to do.
Okay, thank you. That is super helpful. And I'm just looking to see if I had one other question here. Oh, if we were to want to go with the firearm buyback, there's a question about limiting the geography, but how would that be done? Is it even possible to limit where these guns come from or the geography the humans are coming from?
And that's a good question, Councilmember Addis. And I reached out to multiple agencies that have done these and did a lot of research. And these were some of the concerns that they found that, especially for a community like ours. And I say that because Morro Bay doesn't particularly have a high incident of gun violence right now. But we can look around the surrounding communities and we see a little higher use of guns in some of those areas. And to do a program like this, what the other agencies have found is they found people coming from outside their jurisdiction that were turning in guns that either they were trying to get rid of or just didn't want. And again, if you're paying that kind of money for a gun and maybe you used it in something that you shouldn't have, that's an opportunity for you to get rid of it and be compensated for that. So those agencies said that was one of the things that you really needed to watch out for in this kind of program is if you wanted it to have the benefit for your community, you needed to make sure that you advertised it and made it local and not just open it up as a free-for-all where people could come from wherever they wanted to and turn in firearms, because that itself doesn't benefit our community if we're paying for guns that are coming in from outside of Morro Bay.
And then on the communication piece, which I have a lot of positive things to say about all of this. I'll wait till comments, but it is possible. Did I hear that correctly? It is possible if council didn't want to go with the whole series to go with. I know there's already a couple proposals, but for instance, could we go with a video on gun violence restraining orders, active shooter response, and guns and suicide? And I bring up the suicide because that's actually, I think, the biggest percentage of death by guns is from suicide.
Absolutely, and you are correct in statistics that the biggest majority, about 60% of gun deaths are suicide. But yes, to answer your question, we could break these down into different components. So we could do, and my concern and the way that I broke it down in the way that I did, and I'll try to be brief to this. So in the firearm safety educational program, the 5 different specific ones, the basic introduction to firearms, the fact check, firearms and suicides, firearms keeping it legal, and the concealed carry components, those 5 components. Those are typically things that are in place that don't change. Our firearm safety, we could do a video that would be in place and it's going to be good throughout time because not a lot changes in regards to, basic safety, how firearms are related to suicide, what the concealed carry laws are right now. Some of the other components, legislation changes quite frequently. And when you get into some of the other things that we've talked about active shooters or assault weapons or those kinds of things, there are several of those cases that are still pending within the courts now that legislation could change soon. So some of those we would do more in an open, interactive session, just like the active shooter, because people have questions about what to do in those scenarios. And again, there's so many different circumstances that can take place that we want to be able to interact and answer those types of specific questions that people may have related to a specific set of circumstances that they may be concerned about. So yes, we could break these down and do those that council feels are most important and most beneficial to the community. And again, as far as price, and I'll just throw this out there, we're cops. We're not movie producers. So we reached out to some folks about what the average costs are to do a professional grade video, what it costs to record it. You may have to record it several times to get it right, and then to edit it and produce it, and to make it something that not only our police department, but our community and council would be proud that we're going to have and continue to show over time, that people will continue to be able to learn and be educated on. Because again, as our attorney pointed out, even with the red flag laws and gun violence and some of these things, people just have no idea that some of these laws are out there and what they are. So the idea of doing the short videos would be to give them the basic information, attach some links to applicable laws, applicable policies, even department policy, and how it applies to them. And then they can go and research that, having the basic information.
Councilmember Addis, really good question about breaking up the proposed video package into, maybe a few of the components. And Chief Cox and I discussed that roughly, you could take a pro rata cost, if you will. But the assumption, I think, is that there will be some sunk production costs, no matter what. I mean, if you do a 5-minute video or a 50-minute video, you're still going to have flat costs for renting equipment and all that. So you can't just, divide the minutes of these different videos into that cost. But roughly, that would be the amount. So if council's directions do some of these, maybe we can do some quick math on the floor, but, they would be estimates.
Okay, I just have a couple. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add that we're also looking into other options of reaching out. We have some friends of the police department that have some of these capabilities. So we're looking into other resources as well that would be able to come in and assist us to kind of help keep those costs down. Even looking at interns and other folks that have some of those skill sets that we ourselves don't have to help reduce some of that cost, because we do understand that cost is an issue as well.
It would be wonderful if there was a community member out there with, for those of you listening, that would be wonderful if somebody stepped forward to volunteer to help our police department. I think I just have two other questions on community education in terms of active shooter response, in-person training and educational materials, not the one for possibly Morro Bay High, but the other one. Is that staff specific? Is that open to the entire community, or what? Who would come to the in-person training? And then I have a separate question about the one that suggests Morro Bay High.
Yeah, the first one would be open to the community, and that was, we had several requests even within the department. In fact, I think Commander Watkins and one of our sergeants did a small presentation to a group of the active adults at the community center previously. And we've tried to do a couple of these active shooter trainings at the high school. Myself did one there, I think 2 years ago or right before the pandemic. So this one would be for the community, that the community could attend, because again, we've seen these types of incidents, and I'll throw Gilroy out there as kind of an example in a community similar to ours, where we have a lot of outdoor events, and those types of issues have raised concern with some of our community members. So the hope would be able to put this interactive process together that we could do for the community, and anybody that wanted to attend could come, kind of hear about the safety aspects of what they can do, what they should do in this type of situation should occur, and hopefully learn something from that as well.
Thank you. And then on the Morro Bay High one, I've heard a little bit of feedback, not specific to Morro Bay by any stretch, but there is feedback in the world about students and staff being incredibly stressed after going through some of the active shooter drills. And so I'm just wondering if Morro Bay PD, if we were to move forward with this recommendation, if there's a way to work with Morro Bay to make sure that those involved were involved by choice or had some kind of say to their level of involvement or some kind of support for any stress that they might experience from engaging in these kinds of drills.
Excellent point. And as I've done several of these, I was a SWAT team leader for many years. And I've done several of these, and I've done the trainings, at Morro Bay High School. And I will tell you, the idea of these trainings is not to instill fear or stress, but it's absolutely a best case scenario that if you're going to be afraid or fearful or stressful, it happens in this training environment and not in a situation that takes place, God forbid, where you have an actual scenario and you have no idea what to do. And our goal is to be realistic, to provide the training that the staff and the students would need to understand that in a worst case scenario, these are the things that are going to happen. These are the things that we're going to do when we arrive on scene and what we would expect of the school staff or faculty and their role in these types of situations, because there's so many moving components to especially an active shooter type situation. And again, we have a very specific purpose when we respond to that type of critical incident. And sometimes people think that when law enforcement arrives, they're there to, move people around and guide them and direct them. We have one job at that time, and that's to eliminate the threat, to save lives. And then we bring in, and that's why we train with our partners in the Sheriff's Department, our partners with the Fire Department, that are going to come in and assist us in triaging the wounded and getting people out there. And that's why we train with the high school staff so they know where to move students to, how we account for all of the students and the staff. And again, when you have a small organization like Morro Bay Police Department where you may only have 3 or 4 people on duty at any given time, we are going to rely on our allies and we're going to rely on staff to help us in those types of situations. So we do take into serious consideration that the training can be scary, it can be stressful, but our goal is hopefully that it's going to give them something that, again, should worst case scenario ever happen, they have something to draw back from to help them get through that situation and to survive it.
Well, thank you. The staff report is incredibly well done, and I mean, there's so many options that have come forward. I feel like we have a lot of opportunity to make a difference, and I'll talk about that after some other people have a chance for questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Addis. Councilmember Heller, I see your hand, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Are we asking questions about all of these 6 items? Is that the plan?
Yeah, any questions now that you want to ask about? That's
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, let me just say that this is an outstanding report in great detail, and there's nobody better to put this together than you, Chief Cox, and you, Chris Newmeyer, and staff, and it always makes me happy when there are actually numbers associated with things, and it's definitely here. So I appreciate all the time that you've put in on it.
Councilman Heller, on that note, I forgot to mention all the assistance Officer Aaron Miller provided. He definitely provided a lot of reports, and I worked closely with both Chief Cox and Officer Miller, so I wanted to just do a shout out for Officer Miller.
Great.
And I will add, Officer Miller is with us tonight, and he's kind of my in-house resident expert. So again, we have people that excel in different fields, and Officer Miller is one of those, and that's why he's been so involved in this process. So he'll be here to answer any questions as well if we need him.
Okay, thank you, Officer Miller, then, for your help with this as well. I didn't realize that. The community education piece. With respect to Morro Bay High School, is there demand for this kind of education there? Have you talked to the school district? Do we know if they want or need assistance or want this kind of
absolutely
information?
Yes, we've done it by request in the past, and it serves two purposes. Again, like I said earlier, not only to educate faculty and prepare them, but it allows us to train in the facility that we would need to respond to in that worst case scenario. So all of the officers are familiar with the layout of the school, the surrounding area, the perimeter, everything that we would need to know in, again, a worst case scenario where we had to respond there. With the change in the high school's administration, I did meet personally with both of our new principals, both at Del Mar and at the high school. I met with each of them and had sit-down meetings with them, and we discussed this opportunity to provide training for them, and they are both very receptive to doing so, only because they absolutely see the benefit of training and being prepared, both for the police department and for their students and faculty.
Okay. And since there's no budget associated with this particular item, C2 here, would the school district typically pay you for that training? Is that what they've done historically or not? No, I don't believe that they have in the past. Okay.
But that's a conversation that we would absolutely entertain to have with the school. But right now the school provides the SRO position. And again, we would try and work that in as part of our ongoing commitment and training, safety training for the school.
Okay, that makes sense. Is there demand in the community for firearm safety and gun violence restraining order information? I mean, I could look this up online if I wanted to, couldn't I?
A lot of it is online. Yes, sir. We have had some requests. And again, I would say that Morro Bay, we typically don't have a lot of what I would call gun incidents. I pulled up just some brief stat numbers that I could provide to you if you were interested in, but because we don't see a lot of high incidents of gun use here in Morro Bay, there's not a lot of demand for firearm safety courses.
Okay. With respect to the active shooter, the post training, I mean, I took your police academy, which is fantastic, and I don't know if you're going to do it again, but for anyone listening, it's outstanding. You learn more about police in 6 or 7 Thursday nights than you could possibly imagine. It's an outstanding program. The active shooter, as far as the post training that your officers go through to be an officer in California, is there active shooter training that's part of the post requirements?
Yes, there is some active shooter training. It's very basic training, but there is some active shooter training that happens in the police academy. And again, like I said, once the officers get here, we try to put them through additional active shooter training during the time that they're here in working patrol.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that. How many officers do you typically have on a shift? Do you have 3, or do you have 2, or do you have 4, or?
Well,
is
typically we like to have 3.
Okay.
And if staffing were full at all times, we would have 3 on a shift.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I think those are the questions. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. And Councilmember Ford, please. See your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quick, I just want to thank everyone. I was choked up earlier and I couldn't get any words out, and it was an emotional moment for me. So I just want to thank all of you for allowing me to be one of the applicants and for voting me in. And even though the community didn't vote me in and I was appointed, I'm still here for the community, and I'm super excited to represent you. So I just wanted to get that in really quick before I ask my questions. My first question is for you, Chief Cox. I have a question about the the video as well. It's been a hot topic tonight. Has any other agency locally made something like this before that you know of?
I have seen a couple of short videos by a couple of other agencies. And again, we would reach out to them and see what of that information we could obtain, again, for our own. There are some videos that are produced commercially, some training material that are produced, but some of those you have copyright laws and you have other issues about what you can and can't use to reproduce. But yeah, we're looking at all of those options as well for what we can find out there that we can incorporate to apply to Morro Bay specifically, and then to utilize that as well.
Great. I have a question as far as maybe possibly a future of selling this video to other agencies, if it would, is that something that we're interested in doing and getting, some money back on our expenditures to make this video? Is that something that we would even be allowed to do and something that you would consider doing?
I had not considered that, to be honest with you. So, it could be an option, but again, it would depend on how well the videos were, how well they were created and produced. And again, like I said, we're cops, so videography is not our strong suit. But I do have a couple of people in house that have some experience doing it, and we would rely heavily on their abilities. And again, as I mentioned earlier, bringing in some outside parties that we hope would be able to assist us in doing it, because we want to have a quality product for the community when they're seeing this. So.
Councilwoman Ford, that's a great idea. It would be the intellectual property of the city of Morro Bay. So if there was an interest, then certainly the city would have the authority and the right to sell the video.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of ways to generate some revenue anytime we can. Another question I have is, you mentioned the skill level of videography among your crew there, Chief Cox, and possibly, getting assistance from interns and people that have a little bit more skills. Have you considered hiring a professional and maybe cutting costs because hours would be reduced? And, if this video was of great quality, there is that possibility of selling it to other agencies in the future. So is that something that has been considered?
A great question, and yes, it is. We have a firm that produced the recruitment video that I used that we had done a year or 2 years ago, and they do a phenomenal job. But until we knew kind of what direction council might choose to go, we really haven't reached out and discussed with them what it might cost to do something like this. So the figures you're looking at are based on the costs of staffing, and again, which would be on overtime, because I can't pull them off a patrol to go and make videos. So these costs are associated with having to use the number of people that it would take to do this work, and they would have to be doing it on their regular days off or on overtime, because I don't have staffing to just pull extra bodies off of patrol and put them into doing this. But yeah, we've absolutely considered that, and depending on what direction council decides to do, we will further those discussions with an outside source to determine if it would be feasible and more cost effective to have somebody come in and assist us with that portion of it, as opposed to the man hours that we would have to invest.
Okay, that's awesome, because I'm having discussions with you in the past. I'm well aware of the overtime issue and the amount of hours being spent by your crew, and any way we could cut those hours so that they're doing cutting hours as far as filming something like this when they could be out doing their regular job would be great. I have another question, and this one is regarding the firearm storage. So your recommendation is to not, Chief Cox, this is towards you again. I'm sorry, you're just the man of the hour, I think, right now. But the storage, you do not recommend it. You don't think it's an issue for Morro Bay. We already have other laws in place. What would be the harm in passing something like this with that third recommendation added to it? What harm could come from passing this?
I don't think that it's any harm can come from passing it. I just don't see what the benefit will be. And I say that because California has a very robust storage law now under 25-100 of the Penal Code. It's very detailed and very thorough. And I say that because, and I'll give you a situation. Something like this ordinance is very difficult to enforce. I can't knock on your door and say, hey, I want to come in and search your house to see if you've secured your guns safely, because you're probably not going to let me do that without a search warrant. So we're typically going to run into this type of violation after the fact. That means somebody may have gotten a hold of the gun, may have discharged it, and there may be injury related. If that case happens and we respond to that type of incident, I'm going to charge the highest level that I can. And that's the penal code. The penal code clearly outlines what the penalty is for this, and that there's 3 different degrees of penalty under this penal code section, and it far exceeds what we would have the ability to do in this type of an ordinance. So again, it would be very difficult to enforce, and again, if again, a worst case scenario, if a child or somebody that is not legally able to possess a firearm becomes into possession of one, and there's some type of injury that brings us to that scene, I'm going to go after the highest charging penalty that I can, and that's going to be this penal code. So it's kind of redundant, but it just doesn't. I don't see a strong positive benefit for us to have it when we already have something in place. I don't know. I guess the easy way to say is that I don't know that an additional law is going to help us when I'm going to use the other one that serves our purpose best.
Councilwoman Ford, I agree with the chief that Penal Code 25-100 definitely is would be the way to go if that could be charged instead of a local code. The proponents of the safe storage law point to largely the issues of suicide and theft, which the penal code is directed towards children and unauthorized folks, mostly felons or folks that have court orders that can't be around firearms. So, but that being said, the penal code definitely is much more robust if the issue is a child secures the firearm.
Okay, thank you. And I have one last question, and being that I'm new to the council, I'm not quite sure that this is appropriate, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Chief Cox, and I guess this could also go to the other, to Officer Miller also. If you could choose, if you know, considering limited budgets and whatnot, if, you know, we have quite a large budget here proposed to cover all these expenses. And if you got to choose yourself the most important thing on this list that you think is the most vital next action that our council needs to take, what would that be? Does that make sense? Maybe I need to reword that.
No, I understand the question. I'm thinking here because there's a couple of components on here that I consider important. The training components are absolutely important, and we've seen that in the last 18 months in SLO County, where we've seen at least 5 active shooter situations that have surrounded us. I've sent my officers to all of those. So them being prepared and trained and well equipped is absolutely the most important aspect for me, is to make sure that they have the tools and the resources they need to be safe and to keep our community safe when they go into these places and handle these types of critical incidents. So with that being said, I think the training components are absolutely critical and important. And then on the education side of that, the active shooter portions for our community to keep them safe. And then again, the gun violence restraining order and those types of things. Again, we don't have a high incidence of gun use here in Morro Bay. So I will say that if anybody in our community has questions about how this works, they can reach out to any of us. They can reach out to me, to Commander, to Officer Miller, and we will address any individual concerns they may have. If they have a situation where they believe a red flag law or a gun violence restraining order may apply to their particular situation. And we're always willing to do that at any time. So I guess I would just have to say that the biggest component is training.
Thank you so much for answering that. Officer Miller, did you have anything to add to that?
I fully agree with Chief that that training and the extra supplies would be most beneficial.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford, and that was a very appropriate, great ending question, by the way. So appreciate that. And looking for Councilmember Addis, I see your hand.
A couple follow-up. Mr. Neumeier, could you repeat again what you said about proponents of the firearm safe storage law would say?
Sure.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I agree with Chief Cox that the penal code right now addresses the issue of unsecured firearm being taken by a child, and that is the biggest issue, the one that I believe most folks are concerned with, and other states don't have that penal code. So that covers broadly the issue for safe storage. Communities that have adopted safe storage laws, notwithstanding the penal code, the reasons they've given for it and the reasons that I put into the proposed ordinance are to address suicide and theft. And if the council were to pass this law, those would be the areas that it addresses. But the broad concern of children having access to firearms is already covered by California law.
Thank you. And then Chief Cox, could you clarify what you said about a rise, or I don't think you said a rise, but that there are guns in surrounding communities? I think you made a comment around guns being fairly prevalent in some of the surrounding communities.
Well, no, I don't mean that they're prevalent in some of the surrounding communities, but we have lower incidence of gun use here in Morro Bay than we do anywhere else in the county. And again, some of these shooting situations that we've seen over the last year and a half, 2 years, again, just kind of points that out, that there are more incidents of gun use in the surrounding areas than there are in the community of Morro Bay. We have very, very few. In fact, I pulled up some stats earlier today, and we've had about 15 incidents involving firearm since January of 2014. So almost in 8 years. And the majority of those were for things like illegal possession of a firearm, somebody that we've come into contact with who may have had a firearm on their person illegally. And a couple of those were even fake firearms that we had. We had a couple of incidents of negligent discharge and brandishing firearms. So we've been very, very fortunate that we don't have high incidents of gun use or gun violence within our community. That's kind of what I meant by that.
And then I'm wondering if I have a different perception about the red flag law training video. In my mind, the purpose of a video like that would be for folks who might be affected by somebody with a gun rather than somebody who has a gun. And so I guess I'm wondering if it's very common for victims to be able to report about something that they didn't even know they could report about. Like you don't know what you don't know. And so how would a victim know that the red flag law exists or even think to Google it if do you know what I'm saying? And so I guess I'm wondering, was your thinking about that video for folks who the guns might be taken away from, or that the target of that video would be for potential victims?
Yes, you're correct. The target would be for potential victims to understand what their rights are and what the process is, because again, even these laws have been challenged in the court systems. But for somebody to understand, if they're fearful that they could become a victim, or they're in a situation where they know someone who has a firearm, that they have concerns about that individual owning or possessing or having a firearm, what steps they could take. And so the educational component of that is to provide them, again, the education about how the law applies, what it does, and what steps you have to do to obtain that. It's not, a process where, again, people think that they can call the police and say, hey, my neighbor has a gun and I don't think he's stable. I think you need to go take his gun away. We don't get to just go to their house, knock on the door, and go in and take their gun away. And it's to explain this process that you have to file a petition. It has to go through a court process and obtain a court order, so that they understand that there are options if they're in a position that they're fearful or afraid that something like this could happen. And Attorney Newmeyer clearly pointed out, this was expanded to now it includes teachers, school officials, an employer, and now even an employee if he's worked with the substance for a significant amount of time and he has the employer's authorization or knowledge of doing so. So it's expanded that a little bit. And again, a lot of people are just not familiar with the process. So the goal of this particular training would be to explain that and educate them on what options are available to them.
That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. With that, great questions, by the way, and you covered everything, so there's nothing left for me to ask, but that's why it's fun to go, or it's great to go last, I should say. I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment. This is public comment for item C-2 on the agenda. Any member of the public wishing to speak on item C-2, public comment is now open. And Anthony, do we have public comment, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I see Linda Winters with her hand up.
Okay, great. Welcome, Linda.
Hi, I had my hand raised for the last one and nobody acknowledged it, but thank you, Chief Cox, for your really wonderful explanation about safety as far as firearms are concerned. It's public education is just tantamount on issues like this, and the more people know, the better we all are for it. And I thank you very much for all of your protection and all of your wonderful words of wisdom. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Anthony, next public comment, please.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I see a phone number ending in 327 with their hand up.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Chief Cox. This is Dan Sedley speaking.
Welcome, Dan.
I too want to express my deep appreciation for Chief Cox's wide array of knowledge, and also Chris Newmeyer, for that matter, on these subjects that we're discussing, because they are actually quite involved and not as simple as we would like them to be. So they are putting them in simple terms for us to most easily understand. I have to say that I agree most adamantly with Chief Cox. I think the education and the training are being the most important, and as Chief Cox prioritized, I think that the training for the police department is the very most important. They're the ones that we call when we're worried for our lives and we need somebody to come that's trained to help us. Not halfway trained, but they've been through the scenario trainings, and they know what to do when they come to help us. That's imperative to have the police trained, both in the use of their firearms and the use in hostile gun type of takeovers, that they know what they're doing. I would have one question of Chief Cox. If there was an issue of money that the council felt like they couldn't afford, is there a way to cheapen the expense of not post training, but the critical firearms training? If like two officers or two staff went to the training and then came back and trained the rest of the department and became trainers on this subject and performed annual or biannual training or training of the new staff to cheapen the cost a bit, if that's an issue for the council. The rest of the issues, besides education and training, I'm not in favor of. To me, they have de minimis impact, as Chief Cox has been explaining. Safe storage is already covered by state law. Magazine capacity is already covered by state law. Assault weapons ban is already covered by state law. And so much of the buybacks are bringing in broken guns or guns from out of the area, guns that really don't even impact our area. I agree with what Chief Cox is saying. Thank you very much, Chief Cox.
Thanks, Dan. Anthony, next public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to council here. Get my camera working. I'll just reiterate what was said. Chris, Officer Miller, Chief Cox, excellent report. Very comprehensive. Thank you so much for the budget information, indeed, and distilling it down so that non-firearms folks like myself really can start to understand this and get an idea of what might be best for our community. So very much appreciated. Council, what I'd like to do, since this is rather lengthy in terms of motion, I'm going to move us to page 129, and I'm going to take item 1, A and B, item 2, item 3, item 4, and item 5A through E separately, and just ask if there's support and or I'll take a motion for each of those individually. Councilmember Addis, is that a question? Oh, okay. Okay. You're ready to go. So let me start, if you will, with item number 1 first. This is page 129, the community education on firearm safety and gun violence restraining orders. Councilmember Addis.
I would like to move that we move this entire item forward. I'm not sure quite how to form this because I think we all have questions about the cost. So I don't know if it's a max cost not to exceed, or if we can move forward the active shooter trainings and set the videos aside for a moment.
You can do whatever you want, and if we can start with a motion and see if there's a second.
Let's do that. I'm going to move that we move the whole motion forward, or the whole recommendation forward. So 2 annual in-person Morro Bay PD firearm safety trainings at the community center, as well as training to be held at Morro Bay High for teachers and staff and potentially students, as well as in-person training educational meetings on active shooter response and other topics as well as the 74-minute educational series of videos that can be broken out into their vignettes.
Got it. And I will second that. So there's a motion by Councilmember Addis to support item 1A and B. And a second.
Mayor Heading, if I could just confirm, I assume Councilmember Addis that on item 1A, it's specified to have 2 annual in-person trainings, but then the options that were thrown in there on trainings at the Morro Bay High School and then an in-person training, the question is whether you're supporting doing one of each of those, or you want to do one annually, because those were optional ones. So I'm not sure what specifically.
One of each to the greatest extent possible.
Okay.
I mean, if Morro Bay High says no, obviously we won't do that annually. But it looks, I believe the Morro Bay High one would be separate from the community one.
Okay. And so right now it's 2 annual in-person firearm safety trainings and then one of each of the other ones. And obviously council can, revisit the issue later and see if it's making an impact, wants to do more, et cetera.
I guess I should ask, is that the intent of the staff recommendation? It's 2 total, 1 for Morro Bay High, 1 for the community.
The intent was to have 2 in-person firearm training, safety trainings at the community center, and to proceed with doing that annually unless the council doesn't want to do it. And then the idea of having it at Morro Bay High School and then an active shooter response was something that was presented to council as a new idea, if you will. It wasn't really fleshed out in the prior report. So, council's direction, we could do 2 annual community centers and then 1 annual at the high school, 1 annual active shooter response. You could do 2 of each of those. I just wanted to make sure staff was clear on the direction for those optional ones that you're proposing staff proceed with.
I don't know if I gave you clarity.
Repeat it, Councilmember Addis.
So 2 annual in-person firearm safety trainings at the community center. Let's say up to 2.
Okay.
Can I clarify there? Up to 2. As well as active shooter response trainings in conjunction with Morro Bay High and for the community separately. Does that make sense?
Could I ask for a friendly amendment to evaluate potentially the opportunity to reduce the costs associated with that? It appears to be a very hefty price tag. I am concerned about the budget and the ability, although I think these are very important initiatives. And so would you be willing to entertain maybe something that has to do with a cost not to exceed and perhaps set that at, I don't know, $40,000 as opposed to what we see there? Would that be acceptable? Okay.
Yep.
That would be a friendly amendment, and I will second that. That's your first and my second then. Chris, are we clear on that? Are you clear?
One question. When you say $40,000, you mean for the video and all the trainings or just the trainings?
For the whole
video.
The video? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, you go. It's your friendly amendment.
It was the 74-minute fire 77,000 blah blah blah, that one. The video firearms educational series. If council was going to propose $40,000 for all of number 1, we would be looking at taking something that is budgeted at about $87,000 to $40,000. So maybe Chief Cox could, discuss whether it's possible.
We're just talking the video. I think Mayor Heading, your friendly amendment is just the video.
Okay,
that's right.
Okay, the council can authorize any amount or any cap they want on the video to say not to exceed 40,000. Chief Cox might want to speak to whether a video estimated to be 77,000 can be done for that. And if it can, then wonderful. I don't know.
Now, I'm not sure I'm clear either, but just to reiterate here, are you talking about doing all 74 minutes of the different video components? Now, that would be the 5 items that we had outlined, the different training components, and then the GVRO videos as well. Because I don't know that we could do all of those video components, all 74 minutes, plus the 2 annual active shooter trainings, one at the community center and one at the high school.
Yeah. So I guess my concern would be is looking, not being able to see the quote unquote complete departmental budget, that this magnitude of cost is going to impact something, and something is going to have to give. So either, and I'm just explaining my thoughts, either we're going to have to reduce the components and or cost associated with this somehow to get just the most important elements out, or I'm going to need a better understanding of the overall impact. We do have things like labor negotiations coming up, and a number of other things that are going to have cost impacts that are important, that could affect, everything that we do. So I guess I'm I'm trying to limit it. I don't know if it's possible to do that, and I guess maybe part of that includes a question: is any of this available commercially, already done or produced?
Just videos that we're talking about.
Right,
I just want to be clear. We're talking about limiting the video budget. We're not talking about limiting.
Right.
Any other part of the budget.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And I'm going to ask Officer Miller to weigh in here. Aaron, are you familiar if some of these video training or community education components might be available commercially that you might be able to locate?
There are multiple people that have produced certain videos. I believe the NRA runs a video series. I can look into that. But as for like commercial purchase, I don't believe so at this moment. I can look into it.
So I guess, thank you, Officer Miller. I appreciate that. I guess my issue is I'm a proponent of it. However, I'm not clear with regard to overall costs if it's affordable at a city level, and if there are going to be competing priorities that will suffer as a result of this one that I just mentioned. So the alternative may well be, and Councilmember Addis, I'm discussing with you since we're the motion makers, is to approve 1A and ask if those questions regarding cost and other considerations could be possibly brought back to us at our next meeting, or I don't know how long it would take Chief Cox and Officer Miller to evaluate it, any opportunity to reduce those costs.
Let's do that. Let's change the motion to approve 1A.
I'll withdraw my second, and you want to withdraw your first?
I'll withdraw and propose a new motion.
All right, great. Go ahead. Thank you.
I'll move to approve 1A and ask that 1B come back with more detail at a later date.
I'll second that. Any further discussion on the first item?
Yes, I'd like to.
Yes, Councilmember Hurley, go ahead.
Coming back on 1B with more information, let me just put it this way. I think staff and Chief Cox and Chris Newmeyer, everybody spent a lot of time on this. I think we need to be more specific in terms of what's going to be coming back before we send them off to spend more time on it. I'm wondering if we can just have a motion on 1A and then discuss 1B as a separate motion in a little more detail, because I'm reluctant to spend a whole lot more staff time when they've already spent a lot of staff time developing 1B. So
I think what you're hearing is support from the two motion makers for B, but concerns about the cost. And so the item to bring back is there an alternative that achieves almost the same or substantially the same intent and or components that could be achieved at a lower cost?
Okay. The issue I have, Mayor, is I support 1A, but I don't support 1B.
Okay.
So.
Then you, yeah.
I'm going to have to oppose the whole thing, which I'm trying to avoid. But anyway, okay.
Okay. I appreciate your comments. I do.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilmember Martin?
I am also somewhat put off by the great the emphasis here when we go back to what the chief said have only been 15 incidents since 2014. To me, it seems like some of this is well, I don't know if this is the right word to use, but some of this seems like perhaps overkill in some ways. And so I could support I think I could support the 1A, but I'd really like to have more time to review this and hear back from staff, because I think that it is something that could be very expensive and not necessarily of great use in a community that's only had 15 incidents in however many years that is, a bunch. So I'm just, I don't want us to get carried away with this.
Sure.
It's useful, but I don't want to get carried away with it.
Well, your points are excellent. And Councilmember Addis, you want to go ahead? Councilmember
I was just going to say that Laurel, exactly what you just expressed is why the motion is to approve 1A and ask for 1B to come back with more information on cost cutting and what are the essential parts of that.
Yes.
To give us more time to better understand what 1B is. So I think it addresses what you just expressed.
And that's my interpretation of the intent of what I was trying to articulate exactly. So,
Mayor, just one alternative is if council wants to ask the PD in the interest of trying to lower the cost for the video to prioritize which components council likes, because the PD might come back with saying, for $40,000, we can do, 2/3 of these or half of them, or, so instead of having a prolonged discussion at the next meeting, if it just can't be cut by $30,000, maybe then the PD could come back with like, well, we can do the ones that are really important to you for X amount of dollars. Just an idea.
Yeah, or we could simply ask for the cost of each component. And
yeah, that's a good idea too.
That's what, yeah. And then make determination based upon cost versus value of the component, what we may want to continue to move forward. Okay, so so we do have a motion in a second. The motion is to approve 1A and to bring 1B back with more information on basically costs per component, with the intent of looking at cost versus benefit analysis, basically. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Let's move to page 130, looking at number 2, firearm safe storage local law. I'm looking for any support for this or non-support via either a motion or discussion. Councilmember Addis, I see your hand.
I'll move to approve this item with all 3 components, with the understanding, well, I'll save my comments. That's my motion.
Motion to approve item number 2 with the additional third component as noted on page number, if I get this right, page number 133.
Mayor, if I could, sorry to keep jumping in, we would be actually introducing for first reading an ordinance, so we would want to do the bells and whistles. And
you got it. Yes. Sorry about that. Yeah. You need to read it.
I will move to introduce for first reading by title only with further reading waived ordinance number 644, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, adding chapter 9.36, safe storage of firearms, to title 9, health and safety of the Morro Bay Municipal Code to require safe storage of firearms located in a residence.
Motion by Councilmember Addis for the staff recommendation. Is there a second? I will second. And I'll ask for Councilmember Heller. I see your hand, sir.
This is discussion time, right, Mayor?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. So the reason I oppose this is that, as Chief Cox explained, if there were an issue with respect to safe storage, he would use the penal code that exists already that is more stringent than this and covers this. So this is redundant and it wouldn't even be used, if I understand Chief Cox correctly, and he opposes this. This wouldn't even be used if he had an enforcement issue with respect to safe storage. So I don't know why we would want to pass this.
Thank you. Chief Cox, could you elaborate or maybe clarify for us? Or Chris?
So Chief Cox can speak to his position on the safe storage ordinance. I am not going to take a public position on the law. That's not my role. So, I can,
to interpret the law?
Well, certainly the penal code definitely provides for the broad protections for safe storage for children, but that does not address theft or suicide. And so the trigger locks and the lock boxes for firearms, the reasons why some jurisdictions adopt these local laws is their reasons are that you would hopefully prevent a suicide or a theft of the firearm because it would be locked up or put into a lockbox. To Chief Cox's point prior about, the gravamen of all this is to make sure children don't get it. There already is a penal code, but the theft and suicide, those are the issues that prompt cities to pass these local laws. So that's my interpretation of the penal code versus the local law.
Thank you, and that clarifies it. I appreciate that. The reason I support it is because of the 60% statistic with regard to suicides by gun, and that concerns me greatly. Councilmember Addis, did you have your hand up? Yes.
I was going to say similar. The reason I made the motion has to do with that 60% statistic around suicide, but I also want to just sort of put out there into the world that just because something hasn't happened in the past doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. And so while Morro Bay has existed a certain way for a very long time, that doesn't mean we're going to continue along that path into the future. Of course, we all want Morro Bay to stay safe. We all want Morro Bay to be relatively gun-free, and I believe that it is at this moment. But I think as we're going through our analysis and voting tonight, we're not thinking about what used to be. We're thinking about what could we do to affect the future, to make sure that we do our very best for the people of Morro Bay, to affect the future for them and for us. And so for that reason, this is one of the items that I've moved forward.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Chris, thank you for clarification of the law. That's what I was looking for, and I didn't mean to put Chief Cox on the spot with regard to interpreting the law. I do know his opinion. I read it. I do appreciate that. However, that statistic really speaks to me significantly, so I'll be supporting the motion. Any other, Councilmember Hiller? Yes.
Yeah, one obviously the suicide statistic is startling and saddening, and something we need to deal with. I'm just not sure that the particular ordinance is going to address it. You know, I think if someone wants to commit suicide by gun, this is not going to keep them from doing it. So that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Addis.
Well, I just want to add, nobody wants to commit suicide. Folks that commit suicide, it's not necessarily a choice. And if we can prevent access to guns, that often can make the home more safe, and it can reduce the rate of suicide.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just echo what Dawn had to say, but sorry, Councilmember Addis had to say. But I also would like to give you, Councilmember Heller, just an example of something that happened in my own life, and it inspires me to forward this also, is that I had a friend who was 19 years old who took his father's gun and shot himself. And it wasn't put away, it wasn't safely stored. And, you know, I tear up a lot, so get used to it, everyone. But anyway, I feel passionate about this, and not, you know, and he wasn't considered a child. This wouldn't have, you know, that wouldn't fall under the original ordinance. So being that he was 19, it wasn't his gun, it was his father's gun. And he was having that low moment in his life, and it was convenient. It was conveniently there for him to use. He knew where it was stored, and it wasn't stored properly and locked up. So with that being said, I have to think of those types of situations that can happen. And that's important to me, and I hope that it's important to our council.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Passion is always appreciated and emotion included. Yes. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 3 on page 130. I will just openly state my opposition to this. I don't believe that it will be effective for Morro Bay, nor is it necessary. So I'll be opposing item 3.
I would oppose this.
Therefore, I'm not making a motion.
Sorry.
Okay.
I should have raised my hand.
Okay. I was just ending by saying, therefore, I'm not going to be making a motion. So, and I hear you echoing the same thing. Thank you. Anybody interested in making a motion to support item number 3? Seeing none, looks like we have no support for that. Moving to item number 4, supplemental MP, page again 130, supplemental MPTD officer mass active shooter training. My notes here. And Councilmember Addis, I'm sorry, I see your hand. I was looking at my note here. Go ahead, please.
I will move to approve this entire portion. So to approve post-certified mass active shooter response training for 16 officers, as well as the 1 hour of overtime monthly for off-duty firearms training for 16 officers, as well as the supplemental ammunition for Morro Bay PD mass active shooter incident training.
Motion for approval of 4A, B, and C. And to Councilmember Heller. I see your hand.
Yeah,
Councilmember Ford.
I was just going to go for discussion, but we need to wait for the second. So.
Yeah, right. Councilmember Ford.
Sorry, I second it.
Oh, okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Addis to support item 4A, B, and C. Second by Councilmember Ford. Now, Councilmember Heller, we are in discussion, sir.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Let me say first, I could not be more proud that the city of Morro Bay, 10,000 people, is even talking about these issues. I think it takes a lot of courage and intelligence and leadership to have agendized this and to talk about it and go into great detail. And I want to thank everybody on the council and staff and everybody who had the courage to bring this up. This is not easy stuff to talk about, and we're doing it, and we're just a little old town of 10,000 people. So let's talk about this. This is my concern about spending this much money on this much training. If I understand it correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but we typically do a great job of hiring new officers, training them, and then they leave because our salary is below what other agencies in the region pay. My concern is spending this kind of money on training is that until we raise the amount of salary that we pay our officers, this is going to be a pattern that we train people and they leave. This is great training, but it's expensive training. I like the comment from Dan Sedley that can't we train a couple officers and then have them come and train the rest of the officers in the department? I thought that was a really good idea. The other thing that I think about in this particular issue is, boy, I'm losing my train of thought. It was a really good point. Maybe it'll come back to me. So I have a problem with the amount of money that it's going to cost to train everybody. Okay, the thought just came back. The other thought is this. If we only have 3 officers on duty at any given time, let's say they're fully trained in this, it's going to take a greater response than 3 officers because these kinds of things happen quickly and we need an immediate response from supporting agencies in the region. If we call our other officers who are off duty and they don't live here, I don't know if any of the officers live here. They live in Atascadero. They're 15 minutes away anyway. So the 3 officers that we have, are they going to be enough anyway to respond to an event like this? I don't think so. So for the amount of money involved here, I don't know that I can support it. I like the idea of training a couple officers and then training the rest of the department. But training 16 officers for this when only 3 will be here and be able to respond at any given time, I don't think is a good use of our money in the context that our officers routinely train here and then leave. So that's where I'm at on this this particular item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll make note. I'll make a comment first, and I do see your hand, Councilmember Addis. My comment is this in the staff report. You will note that our chief reports that in San Luis Obispo County, there have been 5 active shooter situations in the last 18 months, and he believes this training would enhance the preparation of the Morro Bay Police Department for handling such an event. These events are ones that we never expect to happen. And when they do happen, we are extremely surprised, and usually there are mass casualties associated with it. And my concern is if you train 3 individuals, they may not be on the shift at the time that this kind of an incident occurs. So if you haven't trained the complete staff to be able to handle these kinds of events, how are you going to deal with it? From what I get from this, Chief Cox does support it. Now, I'll open it up and maybe just ask a question of the Chief. Chief Cox, is there, and what I think Councilmember Heller is referring to, is there something called train the trainer, where maybe you send several officers for the training and then they come back and train the remainder of the staff? I think that's perhaps what he's referring to. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you. And again, a good question. Let me just point out, and having been a SWAT team leader for many years, there are certain things that we train on that we do send staff to be train the trainers, and we bring them back. When you're talking about something as technical and tactical and highly complex as these types of trainings, it would be very difficult to send an officer to a 2-day course and expect him to come back and train an entire department on that level of detailed training in such a complex issue as a critical incident. Some of these guys train for years to be able to teach the components of an active shooter situation. Most officers, thankfully, will never have to experience that in a lifetime. And when you're training somebody to do that, it's something that you've trained on repetitively and consistently for years. So although, yes, I do send officers to train the trainer courses, and I bring them back to do things like, field sobriety and DUIs and those types of things, something of this magnitude, this complex, and this important, you want the absolute best training that you can get. And I'll also point out, as the mayor pointed out, I can train, this isn't something we train all 16 guys at one time. Obviously, we can't do that. We have to send, 1 and 2 at a time over the course of a year or 2 years or however long, and depending on availability of these classes. These classes do not, especially at the advanced level, do not come up very often, and it's not something that I can just send somebody down to SLO to get into this type of a training class. So it would take a very long time to get all of our officers through this training. Again, it could take a year or 2 years to get them all through that. And let me just share with you my philosophy in regards to the turnover and the officers that we train. And this has been my philosophy. I've been in this job 34 years, and I've worked in the training side of this job most of my career at different levels, including teaching at police academies. And my philosophy is this: it is always better to train them and lose them than not train them and keep them. Those are the decisions you have to make. They're not cheap. But if you want the people available with the tools, the resource, the training, and the capability to protect your community, this is what it takes. And unfortunately, I don't have any control over the compensation. Those are just some things that we work on collectively as a city team. I hope we're going to continue to gain ground because it as Mr. Heller clearly states, it's difficult for me to lose officers. Because yes, every time I bring a new officer on, it's additional training that I have to give them. But my job, my responsibility is to make sure when I send that officer out there in that car, that he's ready for what any one of you or anybody in this community needs. It's my job to make sure that the training is there and that they have it. And if they don't, that's going to come back on me. So I absolutely stand behind the training that they need and the reasons why they need it. And again, the clear indications of what we've seen take place over the last 18 months in many of the cities around us are a clear indication that this is one of the areas you don't cut corners on: training and supervision. And I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Councilmember Barton, I see your hand, please.
I have the same take on this as Councilmember Heller did, and thank you, Chief Cox, for your impassioned speech for training. So I think maybe you've convinced me.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford, please. Then Councilmember Addis.
Okay. Councilmember Addis had her hand up before me. Does that?
Yes, but I'm trying to let more people talk that haven't spoken yet. Not that she talks a lot all the time, but
okay, I just wasn't sure how that works.
It's the mayor's purview. Sorry.
Okay, no, thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I believe that if something were to happen in our city and we didn't do everything in our power as a council to support all the training and all the things that we would need to better help decrease casualties in a situation like that, I don't know that I can live with it. And I think that is, my duty as a council member to do my best to ensure the safety of our citizens here in Morro Bay and the visitors that come here to enjoy our beautiful city. So I'm in support of this because I think that, this cost is always scary because like you said, I think it was you, Mayor, or somebody said earlier, we have to reallocate funds somewhere, right? We have to move things around to afford all this training. But I believe that the training is important. And if our chief, the expert in this field, is telling us it's important and he's as passionate about it as he is, I'm going to trust the chief because he's the expert. So I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Addis.
Chief, I wonder, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do we have an idea of what an incident like Gilroy costs to a police department or to a city?
I don't have those figures. We're very fortunate in our region that we work on an AOA, which is an assist other agency. And that's why we train together. We're part of a regional SWAT team. And because we have a region, a county of small agencies, we try to pull and share resources where we can. So we're very fortunate that if we have that type of a critical incident, several of these agencies, including the largest, the Sheriff's Department, will respond and assist us. And typically we don't get a bill for that. And that's why we respond. There's often questions about why I send officers to Paso Robles and Atascadero and Slow PD when they're having these types of incidents. Because honestly, when it hits the fan, I'm going to expect that same response into our community when we need it. So I couldn't really tell you what the costs are, but I can tell you that, depending on the size of the incident, especially in a mass or active shooter situation where you're bringing in multiple SWAT teams, you're bringing in heavy equipment, maybe an MRAP or an armored carrier to try and rescue people, whether that be officers or victims, those costs can add up substantially. I just don't have any idea what they would be for us should something like that happen.
Yeah, I can respond. I was involved worked in Santa Cruz. We had an active shooter where 2 of our police officers were killed in line of duty, and we had mutual aid, and none of those costs were passed on to the city, given the incident that we incurred and the grief that we experienced. So I don't know if that's always how it plays out, but that's typically just how things are done within the industry.
And does the training, would you say the training increases safety of the officers or just those that they serve?
Both. It absolutely increases the safety of the officer. Again, we pointed out some of the areas of weapon familiarization, handling and responding to the critical incidents, knowing the things they're looking for, target acquisition, threat detection, all of those types of things are wrapped into that type of advanced training. So it not only gives you a better product of the officer responding, but it gives him a better ability to respond and save the people that he's going there to save. So yes, it absolutely benefits both the officers and those that are involved in that type of situation.
You can do...
To me, it's worth it.
Okay, so we do have a motion to approve item 4, including A, B, and C, and a second, and I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that very robust conversation. Thank you, Chief, for your insights and clarifications. And Chris, thank you for your informative information. That moves us to page number 130, item number 5. This is general legislative advocacy for firearm safety and regulation. And I will either entertain a motion or not for this item. Councilmember Addis?
I would like to approve or move to authorize a letter from council to elected federal officials supporting some or all of the following proposals: closing loopholes in the federal gun background check system, banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, repealing gun manufacturers' immunity from civil liability, investing in evidence-based community violence interventions, and national gun violence restraining order legislation, and incentivize states to pass red flag laws of their own.
And again, to be clear, that motion is to authorize that a letter be sent from the council, basically supporting these items. And we have a motion by Councilmember Addis. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Barton with music in the background. Noted.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. A little enlightenment for the moment. Do you have a motion and a second? And I'll ask if there's any further discussion. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. We had some correspondence from Ron Reisner regarding this specific item, and I meant to ask about it earlier. I apologize for not doing so and doing it now. But he mentioned not having the definition of what an assault weapon is and a high-capacity magazine. Does that matter when it comes to something like this? And I guess this is a question for our attorney. Does that have to be spelled out and for us to advocate or to basically pass this motion?
It's a really good question, Councilmember Ford, and I also saw the correspondence from Mr. Reisner. The intent in preparing this specific item was to bring back to Council the measures that President Biden has proposed, which is one option to say that the president is supporting these 5 and we support the action that he's asking Congress to take. Another option is to bring back a staff report at a later time, which goes into length on these 5 different issues. The direction from the April meeting was to just bring back some advocacy items. And after talking to staff and trying to figure out the best way to present this item, the thinking was that instead of having, a list of, say, 25 items that are just out there, if we narrow it down to something that the President of the United States is supporting, if Council wants to support the President's agenda on firearm safety and regulation, then a letter can be sent, supporting what President Biden has proposed. In the alternative, I'm certainly more than able to come back with greater detail on any or all of these items, and I also could speak to them now as well. But the intent of this report was to, basically say, do you want to send a letter supporting these 5 items that President Biden is supporting? And
I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, Chris. Yeah,
I'm done. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Chris and I talked earlier about this too. Thank you, Chris. I'd forgotten our discussion, but I'm getting hypoglycemic. Councilmember Addis, would you consider a friendly amendment to bring it back with further definition and then have Council consider taking action to authorize the support once that was viewed or reviewed?
Is the suggestion to bring all of them back? I feel like we have outside of this one, outside of B, I feel like.
Or perhaps just the one that was questioned.
Yeah, I would take a friendly amendment to take B out and move the rest, 5A, C, D, and E, forward this evening.
And second,
sorry, I should clarify. To bring B back, not to take it out completely, to bring it back with more definition, but to move A, C, D, and E forward right now.
So I could speak to the definition issue if Council wants to just have information now, or a report could come back at the Council's direction.
I'm happy to have, I feel good moving this motion forward. I'm not, I feel like the staff report was well researched. I feel like it's grounded in sound reasoning. I think there's a lot of bipartisan support for all of the things on this list. I don't feel confused about what I'm asking to have a letter written about. I don't feel unsure about this at all personally. If the majority of council feels like they can't vote for it because there's issues with B, I'm willing to live with bringing B back at a different time. But I'm also totally fine moving it forward.
Chris, how much time will it take you to tell us the detail behind B now?
I could explain in a minute or two what I think the issues are.
So why don't we do that, and then because I'd rather get it moved this evening, if possible, rather than bringing it back. And if, but I'm also sensitive to time and another agenda item. But that's fine. We'll go ahead and do this.
So in short, in 1994, Congress passed a ban on military-style rifles that are commonly known as assault weapons. And there were issues after that ban was passed on, well, how did Congress decide what an assault rifle is and what isn't it? And, you know, there were some folks that said the definition was too broad. Some said it was too narrow. So that is the core issue on, you know, what is an assault rifle when you really get down to writing the federal legislation. One option for council is to say they support President Biden's proposal, which, you know, at some point will be, you know, the details will be developed, probably working with Congress on the definition of assault rifle. I don't know what more I could bring back to council other than, you know, frankly, you know, the definitions that the federal law, you know, had in 1994, you know, they talked about makes and models and like different items on the weapons to see what is banned and what isn't. I'm not really sure if council wants to go down the road of sending, you know, a 5-page letter saying this is how we define assault rifles. You know, and then otherwise, you know, that law in 1994 addressed magazines with more than 10 rounds that were used in basically, you know, rifles that were military style. So the big question mark that people have is, well, how do you define assault rifle? And I think council might find that a discussion centered on a legal definition of assault rifle might not be as productive as originally we're thinking right now.
Okay, great, Chris. And then Councilmember Addis, perhaps we will just stick with your original motion. Are you okay with that?
Yes. So it's 5A through, I'd like to move approval of 5A through E still.
Correct. Okay. And we already have a second for that. So any for Councilmember Heller, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hands now.
I have a question.
My dog's licking me under the tongue.
So Chris, I have a question for you about gun manufacturer immunity.
Sure.
Could you explain that a little more detail for me?
Sure. In 2005, Congress passed a law called the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, and it essentially prohibited civil lawsuits against gun manufacturers or sellers for damages due to the criminal or unlawful misuse of the firearms. It essentially said that gun manufacturers or sellers are not subject to lawsuits that virtually every other industry in the United States are. There are some exceptions that are provided in that law from 2005. One of the hot issues, if you will, for advocates for more gun safety and regulatory action is to repeal that 2005 law and just go back to the status quo where, you know, general negligence or tort laws would apply to a gun manufacturer as much as it would apply to an automobile manufacturer or airplane manufacturer, et cetera. This issue became especially hot when I know a number of the families from recent mass shootings, I think Sandy Hook was one of them, you know, they tried to bring lawsuits in the federal courts and the lawsuits were dismissed because of this 2005 law. Now, what would happen if this 2005 law was repealed? Well, a court would sort that out. And I can't predict what a court would or wouldn't do, but this idea here is one of the 5 that President Biden has focused on. And my intent in bringing these 5 items forward is not to advocate one way or the other. It was simply to provide a list that the president has provided. If council wants to do advocacy, you know, these are 5 items here.
Okay. And then can you explain what evidence-based community violence means?
Sure. So that idea is one where rather than regulating firearms, the idea is to put some funding into, especially in urban areas, targeting young people or individuals that are prone or have a history of gun violence, to provide them with some form of counseling or therapy or social services to try to get them out of what can often be the never-ending, gun vendetta wars. And, one example when I looked at this was if someone's in the hospital for, a gun-related injury, send someone in there to talk to them about, maybe we can stop the cycle right now, like you don't need to go out and use a firearm. So that would be what the program is. And, as I explained, I certainly could bring back a more detailed report, but I thought that...
Okay. I understand. That's all I needed. Okay. And I guess the last question I have is, and which I get from community members a lot, is whether or not, the city of Morro Bay, 10,000 people should be taking positions on national issues. And I know this is an important one, but the question in my mind is, does it rise to the level that we should be even thinking about writing a letter to the President of the United States or federal officials about this? I'm not sure that it does.
My apologies.
This type of action falls within the authority of the city council to send a letter, and whether or not one is sent is up to the council. I'm just the attorney, and I understand. I await.
That wasn't really a question for you.
Okay. All right.
Thanks. Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thanks. I just want to make a really quick comment that we're as safe as our neighboring state when it comes to laws and, gun regulations. And I think it's important to think about laws that are passed federally because of that fact. And it's just so easy to go next door and to come back with a weapon. Council Member Heller, I see where you're coming from. It's hard to think that a little city like ours has a whole lot of a lot of say because we are so tiny. But I think if a lot of smaller cities were to take a stand and to advocate, that it is saying something. I think that we can't just rely on the larger cities to do this advocacy work. It's the little guys and the little gals that are just as important. And I believe that our say is just as important as a city of 100,000 plus people. So, but I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. We do have a motion and a second on the table. And I will go ahead and call for the question, please.
Councilmember Addis.
Yes.
Councilmember Barton.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
And Mayor Heading.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Council, thank you for a very robust, impassionated, if that's a word, impassioned, I guess was the word I'm looking for. Looking for my fruit here, I don't see it. And discussion. I do believe that these issues are important for any size community that has a governing body like ours to discuss. And that speaks to having a voice on issues that are extremely important nationwide and can have an impact not only locally with regard to with this issue, safety and the protection of our populace and our staff, but also can have impacts as we write, as voices mount in the future. I do believe that they do add up. And so I'm proud of the work that was done. I'm very thankful for staff. I'm very cognizant of the amount of time it took. Chris, thank you for all of your work on this again. And thank you, Chief Cox and Officer Miller, for your time and also for the excellent responses that you've given us regarding these issues. And so with that, my thanks. Let's see, I guess we are done with C2. I got my notes.
Mayor, if I could, one last procedural thing. I would suggest that council direct staff to come back at mid-year with budget amendments to support 1A and 4.
I will make that motion. Item number 6, I will move approval of that to have staff pursue one or more of the above budget measures. Staff recommends that council direct staff to return at mid-year with budget increases necessary to implement.
I'll second.
Motion and a second on item 6. Any further discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Thank you, Chris.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
That brings us to item C3. I think this is a 10-minute item according to our esteemed city manager. So I will need a motion to go past 9:30 if you want to consider this evening.
I'll move to go past 9:30 to consider this item.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Addis, second by Councilmember Heller to go past 9:30. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, no, okay, I can't do that anymore. Voice vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item C-3. That's status update on city efforts to improve the development review process. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Heading. I'm happy to bring forward a report on a status update on our improvement of our development review process. I have a PowerPoint to share. Okay. Swap. Should be good. So a little bit of background. The City Council, as part of their 2019-2020 goal setting process, identified review and make improvements where feasible to the planning permit process as one of the go-do items. And so that's what we're doing now and why we're giving you an update. In fall of 2020, the Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce completed a stakeholder survey on the development review process, and that survey was presented to Council in November of 2020. In spring of 2021, Planning Commission formed a development review subcommittee to assist me with review of the development review process. I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later on in the presentation. In summer of 2021, the city started implementing upgrades to our permit tracking asset management work order system, CityWorks, and that was to facilitate online application submittals and online plan check. The City Council recently in August of this year approved the update to the General Plan Local Coastal Program, which was that was back in May and was certified by Coastal in August. We're in the process picking back up the zoning code updates and moving that forward. Hope to get that to before the Planning Commission starting in maybe probably October. We're also working on housing element implementation, including facilitation of streamlining the permit process for multifamily housing. One of the major questions I guess you want to ask or know the answer to is, what is the development review process? What does it entail? So it's two-pronged. It has the planning permit process and the building permit process. While somewhat similar, they are unique and individual. The planning permit process, it includes applications that are submitted. They come in through our permit tech or office assistant. They're entered into our project tracking system, CityWorks, and coincident with that, they are files are created and they're assigned to planners by myself. Plans are then also at the same time routed to the various departments for comments. Those comments typically take the form of conditions of approval that get wrapped into the permits that are issued by the planning department. As part of that review process, we have 30 days to review an application for completeness. To facilitate the permitting process and to move it along, we don't just do a completeness review, we also review applications for compliance with the city's development standards and compliance with the city's general plan. And at that time, we also do an initial environmental assessment to determine what environmental document would be necessary for the project. That would be whether something's exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act or whether we have to do a negative declaration, mitigated negative declaration, or environmental impact report. If an application is deemed complete and it's an administrative application or one issued at the staff level, the permit would then be issued after noticing. If it is a discretionary application, meaning one that goes to the Planning Commission and or City Council, we send out notices to the Tribune, we post notices on sites, and we mail notices to all residents or property owners within 500 feet of the property location. And then it moves on to Planning Commission. Planning Commission, as you're likely aware, can approve with conditions, deny, or continue projects with direction for modification. If projects are approved by the Planning Commission, then they become effective 10 days following that approval. That would be the appeal period. Our building permit process. Again, applications are submitted to our permit tech. They get entered into CityWorks, and then plans are routed to the various departments for comments. So planning, building, fire, engineering, and sometimes harbor if the project is on the waterfront. Reviews are typically for projects with a valuation of under $25,000 would be within 7 to 10 days, depending on the scope of the project. And for projects that are larger than with a larger valuation, comments are due back from the various departments in 4 weeks. Departments will either provide comments or they will approve the project electronically through CityWorks. Comments would typically result in modifications or revisions to the plans by the applicant and then resubmittal of the plans. Once building permit applications are signed off by all departments in CityWorks, our permit tech then readies the permit for issuance, stamps the plans approved, prepares the permit checklist that they will use when they call for inspections, the blue card that they will use for sign off when the permit's ready to be finalized. And then once under construction, contractor and or applicants will contact the building inspector through our inspection line for all inspections. And then once the construction is completed, the application is scheduled for final, and the applicant will reach out to the various departments that are on the final blue card sign-off sheet to schedule final inspections with all of the requisite departments. We have a development review team. This was formed many years ago, and it was really to facilitate the development review process, both in the planning and building side of things. It involves representatives from your planning, building, fire, engineering, harbor departments. It also involves the Chamber CEO, Erica Crawford, sits in on our meetings as well. And we bring in other departments as needed, depending on what's the topic du jour in front of the committee that day. We meet Tuesdays, so we had a meeting this morning that involved all departments. We typically review new projects there. When issues arise related to projects, either in processing or from one of the departments, it's usually something we talk about during the development review team meetings. We'll often go over review deadlines and dates, let the team know when resubmittals are coming in or when we're getting ready to final, so they know that when they need to sign off on plans. We'll also often raise, issues related to projects so we can resolve them, so we can move them forward through the plan check process and eventually to issuance. We also go over a fair amount of questions that come up from the public at these meetings. It's just always good when you have all the departments in one place to kind of go over to them because oftentimes issues that arise from the public or questions that come in involve multiple departments. As I indicated, we're working on housing element implementation. Your housing element was approved by council back in August of 2020 and was certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development on September 4th of 2020. So we are using it now. It includes several implementation items. And as we were going through the review and approval process for the housing element, the state made several grant opportunities available, and the city applied for a few of those and received $160,000 in grants. We're using that grant funding to do a number of things. One of them is to develop a by right housing policy with objective design standards. We're working with RRM on that. And it will allow for administrative issuance of permits for multifamily housing developments, meaning they don't have to go to Planning Commission. We're also in the process of updating the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance because it is outdated. They're helping us with that. And they're also helping us come up with some incentives to incentivize folks submitting applications when they're doing new homes or even in additions or remodels to include accessory dwelling units. We're updating our density bonus and inclusionary housing policies. And we're also working with multiple jurisdictions in the county, Atascadero, Grover Beach, and Rio Grande, to develop ADU or accessory dwelling unit prototype plans. Once we're done with this effort, we'll be able to hand over plans to anyone that wants to build an ADU. So they don't have to go through the cost of putting their plans together. We'll have the plans for them, and they can choose from 4 different model types with a bunch of different material finishes that they can use so it would match the architecture or finished materials of their existing home. And that's also paid for through grant funding. We're working on improvements to CityWorks, which was our project tracking system. We've moved the server that CityWorks was sitting on was running out of space and getting old and slowing down, and we were going to need to replace it. It was going to be very expensive. So we looked at other alternatives, and we've now moved CityWorks off city servers, and we're using Amazon Web Services now. They improved system security. They improved speed, actually, of use of the website. They have much better backup capability and much quicker restore capabilities than the city would otherwise have. We're working with a consultant, Centricity, who's helped us do the migration over to Amazon Web Services, and they're helping us develop reporting tools inside of CityWorks to allow us to monitor application processing times. And this will allow us to develop realistic performance targets and metrics so we can review the development review process in depth. We're also working with Centricity on improvements to the web portal, which will allow customers to submit applications online. We've also got an update to the latest version of CityWorks, which is helping with that, but they're helping us sort of frame some of the components of helping you walk through the submittal process so it's easier. You can have the help menu and bring it down. It wasn't all that helpful or useful in its base out of the box format, and so they're helping us improve that. And we're also testing the online portal right now as changes are made to it on kind of our more simple permits in the building department, really for like over-the-counter electrical, plumbing, and mechanical permits. We're also working on improvements to the city's plan check process. So this is mostly geared towards building, but will probably be used for planning as well. And we're moving to a online review platform, Digiplan. It will be fully integrated with CityWorks, and it will allow us to do online plan checks. So we'll be redlining plans virtually online, and so we won't have to have full, big, huge sets of plans submitted. We're literally, you walked outside my office right now, there are several large sets of plans. They roll up to about that big for the affordable housing project on the Atascadero Road. And they went through 3 rounds of plan checks. So they had to submit plans 3 separate times, 5 sets of plans each time that were that big. We'll eliminate all of that when we go to Digiplan. And when we're done with the review process, they'll get an electronic copy of their plans that they'll go to some place like ASAP, have them print out, and that'll be the job set that they have. And otherwise, we'll be using the plans electronically, which I think will be great in moving us more towards a paperless permitting solution, because we spend a lot of time processing paper in my department. Staffing has been a big issue. I mean, we kind of down-staffed as a result of economic impacts from COVID. We froze a full-time assistant planner position and a part-time office assistant position. The planner position was our frontline contact for the public and processed most of our remodel and addition permits. And then when she left, we didn't fill the position. That fell to more senior staff, bogging them down quite a bit. And then the part-time office assistant was the primary assistance for our permit tech to process applications, which once we lost her, also slowed down the process. The city's budget for FY 21-22 included the reinstatement of those positions, and we've gone through the hiring process, and we've hired not only the vacant assistant city planner position, we've also hired, at the time, we also had a vacant planning intern position, we've hired for that. And as of yesterday, we've hired for the part-time office assistant position. That position will serve both community development and public works. And we actually filled the position with the person that left the position previously when we had to let the position go as it related to economic impacts from COVID. So it's actually kind of a feel-good story. And then I think lastly, I touched on the Planning Commission Development Review Subcommittee. Again, that was formed back in February. It includes your Commissioner, Josephine Graffia, and your Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, William Roshan. And they'll be assisting me with, again, the development of a stakeholder group that'll include developers, contractors, project representatives, folks from the real estate world, to help us sit down and kind of deal with what the planning and building processes look like on the front end when you come to the counter, what those processes look like, and get some input that way so we can improve that piece of it, not just the electronic portion of it and moving to online services, but just the overall interaction with staff. I think that is my last slide, and it is. And so if you have questions, I would be happy to answer them. And I will stop sharing.
Hey, Scott, thank you so much for the update. Let me go to council questions. Looking for raised hands. Any questions of Mr. Graham? Seeing none, I'm going to go to public comment. This is public comment for item C-3 on the agenda. Any member of the public wishing to speak now on item C3? Public comment is open. And Anthony, do we have any public comments, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see, actually, we have one raised hand that just came up in the queue. Eric
All right.
Crawford, your hand is raised and I am unmuting you. You are unmuted.
Hi, good evening again. This is Erica from the Chamber. I don't have any prepared comments, and I know it's been quite a long meeting for all of us and for you especially, but I just wanted to thank Scott Graham for his leadership and the commitment to this development process review improvement. I'm very much looking forward to the work of the subcommittee through the Planning Commission, and just thrilled with some of the progress that you've been updated on this evening. So thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Appreciate that. Anthony, any other public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
Okay, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. There we go. Whoops. Okay, this is a receive and file. However, I do want to say a couple of things. One, I'm always amazed at Mr. Graham's department and the amount of workload that they have and the amount that they're able to accomplish with the resources that they have. Scott, I want to also compliment you and your staff. Most recently, I had the opportunity to testify before the California Coastal Commission and heard the discussion regarding Morro Bay's local coastal plan, general plan, that went to the Coastal Commission for approval. And I was so proud not only to give public comment to the Coastal Commission, but to hear them give feedback to our staff on, number one, what a great staff they are to work with and what a collaborative effort it was, but also that our plan is considered to be a model for coastal communities with regard to LCP-GP updates. And the chair commented directly with regard to that. It went through the Coastal Commission with absolutely no changes, which from what I understand is unheard of. And so I just wanted to give you kudos and also have you pass on to your staff our thanks as a city council for the years of work that have gone on, and also to the community for their participation in making that happen. And more recently, you'll be hearing soon that the Coastal Commission again approved the vacation rental ordinance, short-term vacation rental ordinance for Morro Bay. I believe it was last week, without any changes whatsoever. Once again, excellent work on the part of a large number of people, including our city manager, the subcommittees that were involved, but also Mr. Graham's department. And so I just want to just give you kudos and thanks for all the great work that you're doing. I appreciate the update on these wonderful improvements it appears that you're making. Look forward to the technological improvements that will come to expedite the planning process in the future. And also want to thank the Planning Commission for their hard work and for your leadership in leading them, Scott. So thank you so much. And any other council comments? Yes. Planning Commissioner Ford. Councilmember Ford.
Well, yeah. former, I don't know. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Graham, all the Scots, right? Mr. Graham, I just want to thank you for, I want to basically say exactly what Mayor Heading just said, but he said it very eloquently. So I'm just going to say what he said, but also I'm excited for our city to advance into the digital world. I know it's going to make your lives so much easier. Well, I'm hoping it's making it easier. And I know it's going to make a lot of the processes for, our building processes, everything's going to speed up and it's going to just be so much more efficient. And hey, we're going to save trees. So I'm all about saving trees, saving paper, and doing things digitally. So I'm so stoked that our city is moving in that direction. And I just want to thank you for spearheading that and getting that implemented. And while all these other projects are going on, and you're wearing all the different hats, and you've done it very well. So thank you so much for your hard work and this amazingly detailed and great report.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Appreciate that. Did I see another hand? Thought I saw Councilmember Heller. No. Okay. Any other comments? All right. Seeing none, again, thanks for the report. We'll go ahead and move on to item D, council declaration of any future agenda items, anything for the greater good of the council to be considered in the future. Seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close out item D and adjourn our meeting. The next regular meeting of the Morro Bay City Council will be held on Tuesday, September 28th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. via teleconference. Thank you so much for your good work this evening. Good evening, be safe, and be well.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.